Okay, so before we start off with the training, quickly how we are going to conduct the training. It's similar to the process in which we completed the basic training session. So this will be a 2-day training that we have, 4 hours on each day with a break in between. And since I'm recording the session and I'll be sharing the recording of the session with all of y'all, so if you want to take smaller breaks or something, you can always go ahead with that. After the 2-day training is over, you will get a post-training assignment coming up for you. And these assignments, these advanced configurations need to be done on the bot that you have built for your basic training. So you don't need to start off with the bot building from the scratch, but as you all have already created a bot in your assignment for the basic training, you're going to do the advanced configurations of the same bot. The topics that we will be covering, it will give you an end-to-end coverage of all the features available on our platform. And we will see how we can enable the bot kit, just an overview of that, how to work with the admin console. Okay, so all of those things are included in the basic training session. It will be a demonstration on our bot builder, just like the basic training session. But yes, I'll be sharing slide decks with you all, but I won't be using the slide decks. Okay, so I'll be demonstrating each of the features. So let's get started. If you all have any questions anywhere, feel free to stop me and ask me your question, or you can share your questions on mail with me. So the topics that we will start off today is with interruption handling, followed by traits and sentiment management, configuration of custom dashboard, enablement of APIs or public APIs available on our platform, how to enable the webhook channel, and the configuration of universal bots. But before we start off with these topics, as most of y'all had done the basic training before the 9.0 release, a quick overview into our new user interface that we have with the 9.0 release. So as you all can see over here, the interface has changed. Many of you have already worked with it because you all worked on the assignment post that. But just a quick overview of that. Our features have been, put as per their functionality. So we have 4 tabs over here. The build tab has all the features which will help you to build up your virtual assistant. Deploy tab will have all those features which will help you to deploy the bot to the end user, or to export import bot configurations, for create bot versions, and so on. Analyze will give you access to all the reports which will help you to understand the performance of the bot after it has been deployed to the end users. And of course, the manage option over here, or the manage menu on the top, from where you can share your bot with your co-developers. Okay, so this is one of the major changes that we have. The other very important change that we have right now is that now when you when you design a conversation, so before 9.0, our conversation designer, the storyboard, and the dialogue builder were 2 separate things. Okay, so you design your conversation, and then following that design, you create the dialogue task separately. But with the 9.0 release, we have clubbed both the features together. So now, if you go in for designing the conversation, okay, so just creating a new scene over here, just to give you all an overview. Okay, these are certain things you all know. Okay, so just to give you all a feel of how it works. So let's say I go in for a task like add pay. Okay, you can add a description over here. Okay, and the status, I'm keeping it as in progress, and then I enable this box auto generator dialog task. Okay, now this will, in the background, as we are designing the conversation, okay, within the storyboard, it will generate the dialog task. Okay, so this is one of the major features that we have right now with 9.2 release. And you can see it has created the primary intent, okay, that is add pay. Okay, so earlier this feature was not there, and this gets translated into the user intent node in your dialog task. So if you all can recollect that a dialog task always starts off with the user intent node. Okay, so this is the user intent node, the name you can see over here. And if you want to see the properties of the user intent node, you can click on the more options over here and go to configure properties. Okay, now this you can see all of the properties of the user intent node, like the display name is at pay, the node name is this, it is the same actually, and the description. And one more additional thing that we have with 9.0 is that before that, whenever we try to add utterances, which will trigger the qualification of this dialog task, that is to train the ML engine. Once we complete building the dialog, then we go to NLP training and add the utterances there. But now what we have done is, while you are defining, starting off with the definition of the dialog task, there itself you can add utterances, which will be added as training utterances for the ML engine. Okay, so you can add as many utterances as possible from here itself. Okay, so these are the general properties that you get to see of the user intent node. Now, what are the other things that we have now when we are coming to the bot says? Okay, now there are three type of three type of messages that can come from the bot. One is it can be a message node through which we display a message to the user. One is an entity node where we can ask a question to the user, and one is a confirmation node where we confirm some inputs with the user. So since this is getting converted into a dialog task, you can see over here, you can either go in for adding a message node. So it shows you the list of all available message nodes, and you can create a new message node. Similarly, ask a question translates in the background into an entity node within the dialog task that is getting generated. So you get to see a list of all available entities which are already defined in the other dialog tasks. You can reutilize them over here in the new scene that you're designing, or you can create a new entity and you can add a confirmation node. Let's say I'm going in for an entity node over here. Okay, so I can go in for ask a question, that is actually an entity. We can select the type of the entity also. Okay, so let's say I'm going to ask the user for the name of the pay. Okay, so I can select the type directly here instead of doing it from the dialog builder. Okay, and here let's put the question, that is okay, so this is the question. And once again, if you click on more options, you can go to configure properties, and that will open the properties of the entity node. You can change the name of the entity node, that is something like pay name. Okay, you can change the display name, the node name. All of these you can right now control it from within the storyboard itself. Okay, you can add additional prompts, you can make the prompts, you can add channel overrides of the prompts, you can edit the error messages of the prompts. So all of these are possible from within the storyboard itself. Okay, now when you are defining the response of the user, okay, let's say the user responds with something like this. Pay name is, let's say, John Smith. Okay, so this is one of the responses that is expected from the user. But always, as you all know by now, there's a possibility that the user can respond in a different way. Okay, instead of providing the name of the pay, the user says, sorry, I can't remember the exact name. Okay, or the user puts in an okay, that we'll handle later. Okay, or the entity is expecting an person name, that is a noun from the user, but within the number of retries, the user does not provide a value that matches with the entity type. So there we know the default behavior is the end of the dialog task. Okay, so these are the alternate, responses that can come from the user when the bot is prompting the user for the name of the pay. Okay, now you can add this alternate paths against the response of the user. So this is one of the responses expected where the user provides the name of the page. The other alternate responses is you can click over here and you can add an alternate response. Okay, so just click on add alternate response, okay, and provide the other response that can be expected from the user. Something like the user can say, sorry, okay, something like this. This is one of the alternate responses. Okay, the other alternate path can be the user exceeds the number of retries, because this is a person name. If it expects only nouns. Now, instead of providing a noun, the user provides some other input over here. Okay, so that does not match with the type of the entity. So as you all have seen in the basic training that, if you are providing something like that, it reprompts, the error message comes up and the bot reprompts the user for the account number once again. Okay, so here what is happening is, and depending on the number of retries, the maximum is 5. The default behavior is the conversation is terminated. Okay, so we are adding all those possibilities over here. One where the user is providing the name of the payee. The other path is, we click here, the other path is the user says that he doesn't remember the name of the payee. And the third part that is there is the user comes back, does not provide the expected input. So there we have the standard response coming from the platform that the task is getting discarded because you have exceeded the number of attempted retries, okay, allowed retries. Now you can continue building your conversation for each of these alternate paths over here. So let's say after the user provides the name of the payee, the bot asks another question. This time let's change it to a number. Because the bot will ask for the account number of the payee. Okay. And once again, against this user response, we are going to add a user response. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can have alternate responses added once again. Okay, so if you want to work with the message node, the properties of this particular user response, you can click here and you can add comments over here. You can edit it, okay, or you can link to another node within this conversation that you are designing. Okay, now once all of these is done, okay, so the bot comes back with this. Now what we can do is within the dialog task, usually we make service call to save these details. Okay, so we have seen we add a service node over there within the dialog task where we do the entire API configuration or the configuration to access the data tables on our platform, and that everything is implemented using a service node. Okay, or you can add script nodes or you can add logic nodes, okay, within your conversation flows. But within the designing, you do not go in for implementing the service call, the actual service call, or the actual JavaScript that you want to implement, or the logic flows that you want to implement through a logic node. But anywhere while designing the conversation, if you need to specify that something like that is going to take place within the dialogue that you are going to create, you can add a bot action. Okay, so you can see over here, when you click on this plus sign in the placeholder, when you click on the plus sign, you can add all of these. Once again, you can add a message node, you can add an entity node, you can add a confirmation node. You can make a call to an existing dialogue, that is a sub dialogue node. You can invoke digital forms as well within the conversation flows, okay, within the conversation designer, which was not available earlier. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add a bot action over here. So just a new bot action. When you're defining a bot action, you do not do the actual configuration of the service call or the script node, but just add a text over here to say that here, let's say, save details fetched from user. Okay, something like this. So once you add that, now you can come back with a message to the user. The details will be, your new payee will be added. Okay. Something like this. Okay, now once you have designed your entire conversation, okay, so the main feature is that it should be creating a dialog task at the back end. Okay, so what do you do now? 1 second, let me just change the message node name. Okay. You can click on this view dialog over here, which will take you to the dialog builder. Okay, so you will see the entire dialog task coming up over here with the conversation that you have designed on the left hand side. There's a little different feel that you get from the earlier dialog, the dialog builder that we had. That is also available, but this is the new look and feel that we have. So you can just go through it and see how it has been defined. Okay. And for the alternate flows, I did not add the alternate flows. That is, if the user says that I do not remember the name of the payee and things like that, if you define your alternate flows, all your alternate flows will be displayed here. But coming to the bot action part, okay, so you can see a bot action node has been added here. Let me just close this. You get to see the different types of nodes over here. So I just click here to expand. Okay. And when you click on expand on the left hand side, you can see the different actions that you can add as a part of your dialog flow. Okay, so if you want to add a service node, just click on a service node, drag and drop it over here to add a service node as the bot action. Okay, so when you do that, so you can see a service node has been added here. Now to look into the configuration of that, click on this, and then the rest of it comes up, the name of the service node. It is a custom web service. And if you're making an API call, click on define request. It will bring you to the same configuration page from where you can provide your API call in order to connect to an external database. If you are using our internal data tables, you need to change the service type to data service. Okay, so these are the differences that we have. So whenever you have a bot action, you can include any one of these. That, like, you can add a script node over here, you can add a logic node over here. If you have some webhook nodes to be added, you can add a webhook node. And processes are something new that we have in our platform. That's a separate thing. So you can add processes also as a part of your dialog flow. Okay, so this is one of the major things that we have with 9.0. That is, now when you are designing your conversation at the same time, this can lead to the generation of the dialog task in the backend. So we are trying to bridge the gap that was there earlier between the business analysts who used to design the conversations and the bot developer who after that took up the task of building the dialog task as per the designs laid out to him. Okay, is it clear to you all? Any questions on this? Okay, try this out. Okay, if you're interested, this is a very interesting feature. Try this out. Similarly, when you're creating a new dialog task, okay, so if you go to dialog task, in the same way, you can see you have intent training where you can add your utterances. But if you want to directly start off with creating a dialog task, and that should generate the design, the storyboard design, you can go in for this. enabling this. So while you are building the dialog task, you will see at the back end your storyboard, a scene will be automatically generated. So both ways it works, okay, with the new dialog builder or with the new conversation designer, both ways it works. Okay, if you are using the conversation designer, you enable the auto generation of dialog task, your dialog task gets generated. And if you are using the new conversation designer, the dialog builder, then while you're building the dialogue, internally, it is going to generate the scene for the storyboard. Okay, is it clear to you all? Any questions? Okay.
One question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can the existing can we generate the storyboard from the existing dialog tasks, or this will work only for new dialog tasks?
New dialog tasks. For the existing ones, because you have to enable that feature, okay? This one has to be enabled. Okay. So for the new dialog tasks that when you're creating, just enable that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's get started with the topics of the advanced training. Okay, so this was something new, a great change that we have. So that is why I wanted to discuss this with all of you. Okay, so we will start off with interruptions. Now, before we go into the configuration of interruption handling on our platform, let us first understand what is an interruption. Now, this is a similar bot, the one that I've built in my basic training session. So I come to talk to bot, and here, let's say I'm, for an example, I'm going to use the check balance task and the make payment task. Okay, so 1 second, just give me a second. Let me just disable that. So let's say I'm in the make payment task. Okay, so till now, whenever in the basic training session, we have seen if the utterance of the user contains the label words or it matches with the training that has been provided to either of the engines, that is the ML engine, or there are patterns defined for the FM engine to qualify your task, and the utterance of the user matches with that particular pattern, then the respective engine qualifies the task either as a definitive match or a possible match. And finally, the ranking and the resolver engine declares the task as a winning intent. Okay, so here I'm just using the name of the task. You can see the make payment task getting qualified. Okay, so now this task expects two input. One is the account number, and the second input that is expected is the amount to transfer. But let's say a very general thing is when the user starts off transferring money, he might have the question, how much money do I have in my account? Okay, depending on that, he will decide how much to transfer. So here the user can say something like this, how much, or the user can just say, need to check my account balance, something like this, okay, before providing the account number to transfer or the money to transfer. You can see that it can say that I need to check the account balance. Okay, so in this case, how does the bot handle this? Okay, let me just make a small little changes. I had done some changes here just to check something from one of the participants. Just give me a second. Okay. Now you can see that what is happening is that while the user is in a particular task, okay, the utterance of the user matches with another task configured within the bot. In this situation, How the bot will behave depends on the interruption behavior set up for that particular bot. This is known as an interruption because a particular task is in execution. Suddenly the user sees something that matches with another task within the bot. Okay, the default setting is that as soon as the bot detects an interruption in the current dialog task, it is going to discard the current task. So you can see the weak payment task has reached the end of the dialog. That means the current task has been discarded and the new task check balance is initiated. Okay, so here if I put the account number, it continues with the check balance task, and once the check balance task comes to an end, you can see the conversation ends over there. This is the default interruption behavior that we have, and interruption always means while a particular conversation is in progress, if the utterance of the user matches with another task or qualifies another task configured within the bot, how the bot will respond to that depends on the interruption behavior that you have. Now, when the user is providing an utterance which is triggering an interruption, there can be three types of interruption. It can be an interruption for a dialog task, another dialog task. It can be an interruption that qualifies an FAQ. It can be an interruption that qualifies a small talk. Okay, we can set up different behaviors for each of these scenarios. Let us look into the configuration that we have for interruption behavior. This is a very important configuration for your bot because this simulates the human characteristic of jumping from one conversation to another. So human interactions are never linear. We never talk on one particular topic, complete that, and then go on to the other topic. We can switch, between topics. We can, while we are talking on a particular subject, we can switch to another subject, talk on that, maybe gather some information there and use those information in the current conversation that we are having. So this is the human capability of switching between conversations. To simulate that within a bot, you need to understand the interruption behavior of the bot. On our platform, we have a very elaborate interruption behavior. Okay, the interruption behavior can be set up at 3 levels. That is the bot level, the task level, and the node level. The bot level interruption behavior can be accessed from the build tab. Under the build tab, you have intelligence, and under intelligence, you have manage interruption. Okay, you get to see all the available behavior over here. The first section deals with the dialog task. Okay, so if the interrupting task is a dialog task, how the bot should respond to it. The default behavior is, you can see this one, that is switch to new task without any notification to the user and discard the current task. This is what we got to see right now. That is, while I was in the make payment task, when I put in an utterance which qualifies the check balance task, what happened was make payment task was discarded and the bot switched over to the check balance task. But it did not inform the user that it has switched over to the check balance task, because think of the end user. The end user does not get to see the debug window. We can see, okay, the make payment task has been discarded, the check balance task has been initiated from the debug window. But when you think of an end user, the end user does not get to see the debug window. So the end user is not informed that the current task is discarded and the new task is initiated. Okay, so that is the default behavior that we have. But there are situations where we would like the user to switch over to the new task, but while doing the switchover, the current task should be put on a hold. Okay, and the new task should be executed or initiated. And once the new task is complete, the bot should continue with the task which is put on hold. So it is putting one conversation on hold, switching over to the new conversation, completing that, and coming back and rejoining the conversation which has been put on hold. how do we initiate that kind of a behavior? Because that is very similar to our human behavior. Okay, so that is the first option that we have over here. Hold the current task, resume back once the new task is completed. Okay, we select this, and when you have this selected, you can set up the resume behavior. That is how the on hold task will be resumed. Okay, the default is get confirmation with the user before resuming the on hold task. Let's keep it at this. Let's save this and see the change in the behavior right now. I'm just using these two tasks, but since we are doing it from the intelligence section, this is the bot level interruption behavior, which means the same behavior will be displayed across all the tasks within this particular bot. Okay, so let's say I put in an account to transfer money from, and here the user says, check my account balance. Or you can put any utterance with which it has been trained so that the NLP can qualify the task. Okay, so immediately you can see the make payment task has been put on hold. Last time it was end of dialogue, that means it was discarded, but this time it has been put on hold and the check balance task has been initiated. Okay, it is asking for the account number and confirmation of the account number. It comes back with the balance, and then the bot is asking for a confirmation that do you want to continue with the previous task, make payment. Okay, because this is the task which is on hold. Now, if I say yes over here, it resumes the task from the node where the interruption was detected. So the interruption was detected by the NLP engine when the bot was prompting for the amount to transfer, that is the payment amount. The on hold task resumes from the same node once again. So once again, it restarts the make payment task, it resumes the make payments task and re-prompts the user for the amount to transfer. Okay, now here if I put in the amount to transfer, it comes back with the last message of make payment, and finally the make payment task comes to an end. Okay, similarly, if I'm in the make payment task once again, I'm using these two as an example. Okay, and I say check my balance, and here I put an account number, confirm that account number, and seeing the balance, I would not like to continue with make payment. Okay, I see I do not have much money. I do not want to continue with the transferring of funds. Okay, so here I say no. My response is no. Last time it was yes, and it resumed the on hold task. But when you say no over here, you can see it comes back with a message that the on hold task has been cancelled. Okay, so two things to understand. First is that the on hold, it is putting the current task on hold and starting or initiating the new task. And once the new task is completed, it is presenting a choice to the user between yes and no. And if the user says yes, he wants to resume the on hold task, the on hold task is resumed from the node where interruption was detected. And if the user says no, it comes back with a message informing the user the on-hold task has been cancelled. Now, all of these responses that are coming when it is asking the user, do you want to continue with the on-hold task, or the message that is coming, when the user says no, he doesn't want to continue, can be controlled by this manage response. If you click over here, you get to see the default responses that has been added. So you can see, ask the user if they want to continue with the last pause task or on hold task. So one of these will be picked up and displayed to the user. Now, within the messages of interruption, you can display the name of the task which is on hold. And for that, we have some system defined variables. Now, these variable names are displayed in the default messages. You can use these in the messages, in the responses that you want to add. Okay, but remember, these variables are not usable outside the interruption. So you see the name of the variable here, you go back and you try to use it somewhere in a message node of a dialog task. This variable is not going to work there. These variables come into play only within the interruption behavior of the bot. How can you add your own response? Okay, so you can remove any one of these, you can edit these if you want, or you can add your own response. So click on add response, click on new message. Either you can add a response for all the channels, or if you want for a specific channel, you can select the channel for which you want to add a response. Similarly, if the response is for a specific task, okay, so if it is for a specific task that is interrupting, you want to present, a particular message, then you can select the task over here. If it is for any task, it does not matter which task has interrupted, but the message should be displayed to the user. So you can keep it as any task over here and provide your response here, okay? In the same way, you can add your own response, which will be displayed when the user says no, he doesn't want to continue with the on-hold task. We saw the display of this one, but any one of it can be picked up and displayed to the user, and you can add your own responses as well. Okay. Is it clear to you all the first behavior that we have discussed? Okay. The other resume behaviors is notify the user with a message that the on-hold task is being resumed. Okay, so it does not present a choice to the user that do you want to continue, but it just comes back with a message that, okay, the on-hold task is being resumed, and it continues with the conversation where it re-initiates the on-hold task. Okay, so if we change it to this, let us see the change in the behavior. So you can see just a message coming from the bot resuming interrupted task make payment. It does not present a choice to the user and continues and resumes the on hold task, that is the make payment task, from the node where interruption was detected. Okay, so just a message telling the user that the interrupted task is being resumed now. Okay, if you don't want to present that message to the user, once again, you can click on manage response to add your own responses if you want to present your own responses to the user. But if you do not want to inform the user that the on hold task is being resumed, it should directly resume the on hold task without any notification to the user. Then you can go in for the third behavior, that is resume on hold task without any specific message to the user. Okay, so any one of these resume behaviors you can set up if you have enabled the interruption. If you have allowed interruption and the behavior is to put the current task on hold and resume the current task depending on the response of the user. Okay, this is the first behavior. The second and the third behavior is similar. The third behavior is the default one, which we got to see right at the starting. That is, once an interruption is detected, the current task is discarded and the bot switches over to the new one, new task without any notification to the user. The second behavior is similar. That is, current task is discarded and the bot switches over to the new one. But before doing that, it presents a message to the user. Okay, so that is the only difference in the second and the third one. Second one presents a message to the user where the bot says that, okay, I'm discarding the current task and switching over to the new task. Okay. And finally, we have the fourth behavior, which is a little different from the previous three. And this behavior comes into play where maybe you are working with a bot where you do not want the user anytime to interrupt the current conversation that is taking place. Okay, so while a particular task is in execution, the bot should never allow the user to interrupt that task. But while the task is in progress, if the utterance of the user matches with another task, the bot should inform the user that is, you cannot interrupt the current task, and it should add this new task to an internal list, which is called the follow-up task list. Now, at the end of the current task, the bot should present that follow-up task list to the user, which contains the names of all the tasks the user had requested while this particular task was in progress, and the user can select any one of the tasks from that list to initiate at this point. Okay, so let's see this behavior, that is continue the current task and add the new task to the follow-up task list. So this will not allow the user to interrupt the current conversation that is taking place. And when it does not allow the user to interrupt the current conversation, it comes back with a message like this: I cannot switch to new task while the current task is in progress. Okay, so the names of the task is coming up. Okay, if you want, you can add your own response also over here. Now, once you have done that, once you have enabled this behavior, if you save it, now this just says that add the new task to the follow-up task list, but it does not say that display the follow-up task list at the end of the current task. Okay, so for that purpose, you need to come back to dialog task. Once you have enabled that behavior, you need to come back to dialog task. And this is not a general setting. You need to go to specific tasks. Okay, like let's say the make payment task. I click on these three ellipses over here. That is the more option. And we click on dialog settings. Okay, when we click on dialog settings, you can see the follow-up task section over here. By default, no follow-up task is displayed at the end of the conversation. Though you have set up the interruption behavior to add the interrupting tasks to the follow-up task list, but due to this particular setting, for every task that we have configured within the bot, the follow-up task list will not be displayed at the end of the current conversation. So you need to enable the display of the follow-up task list, and this has to be done at the task level, at the individual task level. This is because most of the time we see that users, developers do not want to display the follow-up task list at the end of every task. There are a few tasks we should allow this. Okay, so you need to go and enable this individually for your tasks, and the list will be displayed in this way. That is, I have identified the following tasks during the current conversation. Select the task you would like to proceed with, followed by the follow-up task list. Okay, so all the tasks internally get added into a list which is internally named like this. Okay, don't change the names of these. Okay, but you can add your own response and change the above text that is displayed here. Now, once we have set up this particular behavior, let us see the difference in the interruption behavior of the bot. Now here I say, check my balance. It should not allow me interruptions. So it is showing me that I cannot switch to check balance while make payment task is in progress. It asks me for the account number. I have another task, get details. Okay, so I'm just going in for that task. That should also show me some account related details. So once again, the bot comes back that I cannot switch to get details while make payment task is in progress. And then we have the amount to transfer. We just provide that. And once the conversation comes to an end, it should present the follow-up task list to the user. Okay, so you can see the follow-up task list coming up over here with the message that I have detected the following task while the current conversation was in progress. Select the task you would like to initiate. Now, I can select any one of these tasks from the follow-up task list. So if I select this one, you can see the check balance task has been initiated, and then we can continue with this particular task. Okay, so this is the behavior that we have when we select the last option that is over here within the interruption behavior. The last one, that is continue the current task and add the new task to the follow-up task list. But remember, the display of the follow-up task list has to be enabled at the task level. It cannot be done at a global level. Is it clear to you all, the last behavior? Any questions on these 4 behaviors that we have? The other two behavior that we have here, do not allow interruption, will not entertain any interruptions. So if I say do not allow interruption, you will see, though internally NLP does identify the intent, that is how NLP has been designed. But since the interruption behavior says do not allow interruption, the bot will not entertain that interruption. Okay, so if I say make payment over here, and then again I say check my balance, you will see it will re-prompt the user for the entity value, because it does not initiate the task which has been identified, because we have not allowed interruption at the bot level. Okay, so it re-prompts the user for the account number. And the last behavior that we have here is allow the end user to select the behavior of interruption. Now, why do we have this? Many a time, the user can come back with a response unknowingly, which might initiate or qualify a particular task. Maybe the user has said something in response to an entity value to be captured or something, but some words within that particular user response has qualified another task. So does the user really want to initiate that task? It is always good to confirm with the user that do you really want to initiate the other task? Okay, so for that kind of a behavior, you can have allow the end user to select the behavior. And whenever you have this, you get a resume behavior, because if the user says, yes, I want to switch over to the new task, then the current task is put on hold. And depending on your resume behavior, after the new task is complete, the current task will be initiated. Okay, so let's save this and let's see the change in the behavior. Okay, so it is asking me, do you want to switch to this task? And if I say yes, okay, it switches over, it puts the current task on hold and the new task is initiated. And at the end of the new task, it will resume the on hold task. Okay, so you can see the on hold task has been resumed. In the same way, in the same way, when the bot is asking the user that, do you want to switch over to the new task? Okay, that time if you say no, then the interruption is discarded and it continues with the current task. Okay, so if I say something like this, it is asking for a confirmation. And if I say no, once again, the bot re-prompts the user for the account number. So it does not qualify that interruption. It discards the interruption and continues with the current conversation. Okay, so this is a very good behavior to handle a situation where unknowingly the user can see something which qualifies another task within the bot. Okay, so maybe the user really doesn't want to switch over to another task, but some words in his response has gone in and qualified another task within the bot. Because remember, whenever an utterance comes from the user, NLP will always do intent identification. We cannot stop the NLP engine from doing that. So maybe certain words in the user response qualifies another task, and the user actually doesn't want to switch over to that task. So in those kind of situations, it is always good to have a behavior like this. Okay, but all these behaviors that we have discussed till now are at the bot level. Okay, so all the tasks will have the same interruption behavior. Any questions on anything that we have discussed till now? Okay. Now let's say the general behavior of the bot is to not allow interruption. Okay, so whatever is the common behavior, okay, across, let's say today you have around 30 tasks configured within the bot. What should you set up at the bot level? The general interruption behavior. If you see that most of the tasks within the bot allow interruption in a specific way, then set up the interruption behavior at the bot level. If you see maximum tasks in your bot do not allow interruptions, okay, then set up that behavior at the bot level. Okay, so let's say I'm doing it over here in this way, that is, do not allow interruptions at the bot level. Now, there are specific tasks within this particular bot which should allow interruption. Like in my case, I want only the make payment task to allow interruption. The rest of the tasks configured within this bot should not allow any interruption. So that is why I have set up the common behavior at the bot level. But for the task which does not follow that global behavior, what we do is we come to that specific task, click on the more option over here and select manage interruptions for this particular task. Okay, so for the make payment task, I say manage interruption, and you can see the default settings is use bot level settings. It shows you the behavior at the bot level, that is do not allow interruption, but I say customize for this task. So for this task, I can change the behavior. Whenever a particular task is in the context, the interruption behavior set up for that task takes a precedence over the interruption behavior, which is set up at the bot level. Okay, so here, let's say for this particular task, I allow interruption and it resumes the on hold task without any specific message to the user. I do not want to inform the user that you are resuming the on hold task. Okay, now once we have set up this, let's go back and talk to the bot and see the difference in the behavior. So I have a task called get details. Okay, that was a task where we were fetching details from the data table. Okay, so it was prompting the user for an email ID, and depending on the email ID, it was making a service call to the data table, fetching the details and displaying it back to the user. Okay, so if I am in that task, any task, okay, so I'm just picking up a few tasks, for example. Okay, so if I'm in this task, and here if I say, check my account balance, or any other, I can also say make a payment or transfer funds from my account, anything like that. So you can see it does not recognize the interruption because at the bot level, we have said do not allow interruption. Whereas if I'm in the particular task which allows interruption, that is in the make payment task, okay, and here while the task is in progress, if the utterance of the user matches with another task, any task, okay, it is not only check balance, even if I say get details over here, it is going to initiate that task. Okay, so any task, I'm using check balance as an example. Okay, so here if I say check balance, interruption is detected, and depending on the behavior, it initiates the other task. So you can see the the make payment task has been paused over here. Okay, and the check balance task has been initiated. If I put in the account number, it comes back with the confirmation. These are coming from the check balance task. And once the balance is returned to the user, it continues with the on hold task and reprompts the user for the account number. Okay, so when the task where you have allowed interruption, that is in the context, then the interruption behavior set up for that task takes a precedence over the interruption behavior which you have set up at the bot level. The behavior remains the same. So whatever behavior we have discussed at the bot level, you can see all of those behavior available over here. The difference is where you are setting it up. Are you setting it up at a global level, that is at the bot level, or are you setting it up at a task level? Okay, is it clear till here? You can go down further and you can set up the interruption behavior at the node levels as well. Okay, so let's say make payment task allows interruption, that is fine. Okay, but I do not want interruption to be allowed when the bot is prompting for the account number. Interruption should be allowed only within this node. When this node is in the context, there if the utterance of the user matches with another intent, the bot should allow the interruption and initiate that task, complete the new task and come back and resume this task. But while the bot is prompting the user for the account number, if the utterance of the user matches with another task within the bot, interruption should not be allowed. So once again, I'm going in for a separate interruption behavior when a specific node is in the context. How do we do that? We come to the settings of that particular node. Either you can double click or you can click on the settings button. You can come to the instance properties, and here under the advanced controls, you have the interruption behavior. Okay, and the default is use the task level settings. But once again, you can customize for this node and set up the entire interruption behavior for this particular node. So when this node is in the context and the bot is prompting the user for the account number, if the utterance of the user matches with another intent within this bot, how that will be handled depends on the interruption behavior that you have set up at the node level. Okay, so 3 levels: bot level, task level, node level. When a particular node is in the context, the interruption behavior set up at that node level takes the precedence over the interruption behavior set up at the task level or at the bot level. When a specific task is in the context, if there is a separate interruption behavior set up for that task, this behavior takes the highest precedence. And finally, for all the tasks for which you do not have a separate interruption behavior at the task level or at the node levels within that particular task, the general interruption behavior set up at the bot level comes into play. Okay, is it clear, all of these three? Any questions? Okay. Now, a very common question, particularly with the 2 tasks that I'm using, is that let's say today, like I'm using the make payment and the check balance task. Now, within the make payment task, the bot asks the user for the account number. The user provides the account number, and when the bot is prompting the user for the amount to pay, the user says check my balance. That initiates the task check balance. Okay, but it re-prompts the user for the account number, because the check balance task also needs the account number to proceed. Okay, so once the task has been initiated, it re-prompts the user for the account number and continues with the conversation. Now, usually the first thing that comes to our mind is I have already provided the account number. Why should I re-enter that account number? Okay, now how do we pass parameters? Okay, when you are invoking another task, how can we pass parameters from the calling task to the interrupting task? Okay, so that is the task which is on hold. I want to pass some parameters from there to the new task that is getting initiated. How do we do that? Okay, I come back to the make payment task. Now, this settings can be done with respect to specific task, okay, because the parameter or the value that you're passing from the current task, there should be a corresponding entity within the new task that will receive that value. Okay, so it cannot be a global settings that whenever there is an interruption detected in make payment task, the account ID should be emitted, because maybe from the make payment task, the user has said something like, I need to submit my details. Now, this task does not have any entity called account ID. So if I'm emitting account ID from here globally always, okay, there might be no entity in the new task which will receive that value. Okay, so when you're passing parameters, it has to come with a specific task only. And how do you do that? You introduce that task as an exception. Okay, so within the make payment task, I say these exceptions can also be used to change the interruption behavior when it comes to particular tasks. Okay, so let's say the make payment task also does not allow interruption, but only if the utterance of the user qualifies the check balance task, interruption should be allowed. So I'm becoming very specific now, which task is allowed to interrupt the current task. And if that task is interrupting, I want to pass a value from the make payment task to the check balance task. How do we do it? We click on add subintents or interruption and select the task that we want to allow to interrupt the current task, that is the make payment task. So in my case, it is the check balance task. You can select multiple tasks from here also. Okay. Now, once you have selected the task, you have to set up the interruption behavior. Okay. So let's say I say hold the current task and resume the on hold task without any specific message to the user, and we save this. Now, once the task has been defined as an exception, click on it once again, and you will get a section called parameter mapping. Here you get pre-assignment and post-assignment. Pre-assignment means when the new task is initiated, that is when the check balance task is initiated. If you want to pass parameters from the make payment task to the check balance task, you do it with pre-assignment. Once again, I'm repeating it. From the make payment task, I'm initiating the check balance task. Okay. And I want to pass a parameter from the make payment task to the check balance task. Okay. So check balance is the new task that is getting initiated through interruption. Okay. So when I want to pass parameter from the current task to the new task, we do it with pre-assignment. If you want to pass back some value from the the new task, that is in my case the check balance task, to the make payment task, that is the task which is on hold, then you do it with post assignment. In both the cases, you can see the entities listed over here. The check balance task has only one entity, that is the account ID. The make payment task has two entities, that is the payment amount and the account ID. Now, how do you pass parameters? Okay, so for the account ID in the check balance task, I want to pass the account ID from the make payment task. Okay, so how do I do it? We say context dot entities dot account ID. This is the parameter that I want to pass from the make payment task to the account ID entity within the check balance task. And as we have seen in our basic training session, if an entity already has a value, the bot will not reprompt the user for the entity value once again. Okay, so let's see the behavior right now. And here I go in for the make payment task. And the general behavior of make payment is do not allow interruption, because we have changed it to bot level settings. Okay, so if I say get details over here, you can see it does not recognize the interruption, though there is a task with the same name here, that is get details, but still interruption has not been qualified over here. But let's say I put in an account number, okay, and I say check my balance. Okay. Now the check balance task gets initiated, but the bot is not prompting the user for the account number once again, directly jumping to the confirmation node where it is asking for a confirmation that do you want to continue with account number 10. Okay, so this account ID is receiving the value of 10. From where is it receiving it? It is receiving it from the make payment task through the entity pre-assignment section. Okay, so here if we say yes, it continues with this account number, fetches the balance, displays it, now goes back to the on hold task and prompts the user for the amount to transfer. Okay, so this way, if you have two tasks, okay, and one of the tasks can be initiated through interruption and it can receive some value from the calling task, then you have to introduce that task as an exception. Okay, that is the first thing. Now, once you set it up as an exception, provide the interruption behavior, and then through entity pre-assignment or post-assignment, you can pass values between these two tasks. Okay, is it clear to you all the purpose of exceptions? Any questions on that? Okay, I'm just removing this. Now, the obvious question that comes is what happens if the utterance of the user matches with an FAQ? Okay, that can also be a situation. It is not always necessary that the utterance of the user should lead to the qualification of a dialogue task only. Okay, so while the user is in a particular task, the user says something which matches with an FAQ, something like I have this FAQ. Now you can see the bot comes back with the response of that FAQ. Okay, so the FAQ has been identified, it comes back with the response and then continues with the conversation. This is actually the most expected behavior. That is, if the user suddenly asks a question, the bot should answer that question and continue with the conversation. Similarly, if the user says something like this, that is something from the small talk, the bot should respond to the small talk and then continue with the current conversation. Okay, now these two behavior cannot be set up at the task level. That is how to handle interrupting FAQs or small talk. This always has to be set up at the bot level from the general interruption behavior. So you can see interruption behavior for FAQs. This is the default settings over here, respond to FAQs and resume the on-hold task. Okay, so this is the most expected behavior. But at times for tasks, if we have to not allow interruption and we would like the same behavior to come into play for FAQs also, that is, if the utterance of the user qualifies an FAQ, the bot should not respond to that. Okay, this is not a very good behavior, but there might be situations where you want to implement that. Then you can go in for the next option over here, that is execute the FAQ using the hold and resume settings. Hold and resume settings means the interruption behavior for the dialogue tasks. So whatever you have put, and typically it is used for do not allow interruptions. Okay. In the same way, you can see a section over here for small talk, and the default behavior is respond to the small talk and resume the on-hold task. Okay, but if you do not want small talks also to interrupt your current conversation, and at the task level you have do not allow interruption, then you can apply the same behavior when it comes to small talk responses also. Okay, so these are the two things that we can control from the bot level. Is it clear to you, the small talk and the FAQ section? Any questions? Now we have something called ambiguous interruptions. Now, as we had discussed in the basic training, ambiguity means multiple intent qualification. So maybe the utterance of the user has qualified multiple tasks. Okay, those tasks can be an FAQ or dialogue task. It can be multiple dialogue tasks. But while a particular conversation is in progress, the user has said something which has gone and qualified multiple other tasks. Okay, so in these situations where there's a ambiguous interruption, what should be the behavior of the bot? The default is present all these ambiguous intents to the user, and from the list, whichever intent the user selects, qualify or execute that behavior or that intent depending on the interruption behavior at the global level. Okay, so here if I have allow interruptions, okay, if this is the behavior that I have set up and the utterance of the user has qualified multiple intents, then from the list, whichever intent the user selects, the bot is going to execute that intent depending on the interruption behavior set up at this particular level. Okay. You have another option also, do not present ambiguous intents to the end user. So if the utterance of the user qualifies multiple intents, okay, in that case, it should not be presented to the user and the current conversation should continue as it is. Okay, so that is handling of ambiguous interruptions by the bot. Now, all of these can be handled only at the bot level. These cannot be handled at individual task level. Okay. Any questions on this? Okay. Before we switch over to the next topic, one small this thing, when it comes to entity nodes, many a time you will see you have enabled interruption, you have set up the behavior and everything, but still the bot is not actually triggering the task, which should get qualified as an interruption. That happens because maybe the utterance of the user has both of it. Maybe there is a value within that utterance which works for this entity, okay, and the other words in that particular utterance which has qualified the intent. Okay, so the NLP has been able to qualify both of it. That is, it has been able to fetch the expected value of the entity from the utterance, and the other words in that particular utterance has led to the qualification of an intent. Now, what gets a precedence? Should the current conversation continue with the entity value extracted and the intent should be discarded, or the bot should, or the NLP should give higher precedence to the intent that has been identified and discard the entity value which is present within the utterance of the user? Now, that depends on the precedence. Okay, the default precedence is entity over intent. What happens is, if there is an entity value available, even if the other words in the utterance of the user qualifies an intent, the entity value gets a precedence. Okay, so the bot extracts the entity value, stores it within the entity, and continues with the current conversation. Okay, but if you want to give a higher precedence anywhere, if the utterance of the user qualifies an intent, even if that utterance contains an entity value, importance should be given to the intent that has been qualified. Then you can change it over here. That is intent over entity. Okay, so this precedence actually controls if both of it is, extracted from the utterance of the user, which should be given more importance, whether the entity value or the intent that has been qualified. And always the default is entity over intent. Okay, is it clear to you all the precedence, how it works with the interruption? Okay. Now let's say one of the basic features of, so that is about the interruption behavior. Any questions on anything on the interruption behavior part? Okay. Now, we know that a conversational, conversational virtual assistant or a virtual assistant, one of the major feature or one of the important features of a virtual assistant is that we can have sentiment-driven conversation. Okay, that means the NLP can be trained to identify the sentiment or the emotion of the user and use that emotion in order to guide the conversation. Okay, so I'm just going to first quickly create a task. Okay, let's say the name of the task is raise issue. Okay, I'll just create a task. I'll change the type of it to a description, to a description, so that it allows multiple lines. Okay, and then okay, and finally we just have a message node over here to tell the user your issue has been registered. Okay, or something like that. Okay, you can have more configurations, but my point here is to show you how this intent can be qualified by the NLP using the tone of the conversation. Okay, so how do we have emotion driven conversations? Okay, so let's see. Now, whenever we are talking to the bot, okay, so generally we put utterances which qualifies an intent. Okay, so something like how much money do I have, or does my account has enough funds, or I need to transfer funds. So all of these statements actually does not express any emotion. But if the user says something like this, I am extremely something like this. Okay, the user expresses an utterance where there are certain words which tell about the emotion of the user. Now, this particular utterance is not for qualifying any task, okay, because the user says he is actually complaining that I'm extremely disgusted, or I'm unhappy about it, I'm not happy with your responses, something like that. I'm dissatisfied with your responses. So presence of certain phrases like dissatisfied, unhappy, disgusted, angry, these should tell the NLP engine what is the emotion of the user. Okay, and this emotion extracted from the utterance of the user should be used to qualify intents that are configured within the bot. Because here, if the bot initiates that particular task where the bot asks the user that what is the issue that you are facing, and then maybe it registers or it stores that issue and tells the user that somebody from our end will get in touch with you within next few hours, that is the best way of handling that situation. And that entire task is getting qualified because the user is expressing an emotion in his utterance. Now, how does the NLP understand what is the emotion? Internally, in our platform, our NLP has been trained with set of words which will tell it what is the emotion that the user is experiencing. Okay, and you can see over here, if you come here, with every message that comes from the user, the NLP tries to qualify an emotion. There are different emotions that gets qualified, like the disgust emotion, the anger emotion, joy emotion, sad emotion, fear emotion. Okay, so these are basic 5 emotions that we try to detect from the utterance of the user, depending on the phrases which are trained internally. And you can see this utterance, okay, I am extremely disgusted, has qualified 2 emotions. One is the anger emotion and one is the disgust emotion. Now, there are levels at which we score an emotion. Okay, 3 is the highest level. Now, why? How does the bot know that, okay, these 2 emotions are getting identified because of the word disgusted? Okay, so internally we have trained NLP that anytime the user is disgusted, that means he's feeling not only disgusted, he is also angry. Okay, both of them go together. But how does it understand the level? The level is understood by the word which comes before it. Okay, so if I just say I am disgusted, you will see the level, it comes down over here. Okay, the level comes down to 2. Okay, whereas last time the word extremely, okay, or very much or highly, you will see it takes the emotion to the highest level. Okay, and it will be scored at a level of 3. Okay, whereas if I say I am a little disgusted, I'm using this word as an example, but you can try out with other words and you can see the level coming down over here. Okay, The level will tell you at what level the user is experiencing that particular emotion. And this, the NLP understands why the phrases that comes before the word which expresses the emotion. I'm a little disgusted, I'm somewhat disgusted. So these will tell, okay, it is the emotion, but at a lower level. Okay, I'm disgusted. Okay, it is at a middle level. Okay, I'm extremely disgusted. I'm very disgusted. I'm highly disgusted. That means at the highest level. Okay, so that is at the message level. For the specific message coming from the user, this is the emotion that has been detected at this particular level. But the overall dialogue flow, okay, so this conversation session continues. Okay, I have not closed my conversation window. So within this particular session, yes, is there a question?
Yeah, one quick question. Does it understand capital letters?
No, there's no difference between capital letters. If I say, okay, so it does not matter which level. Okay, so capital letters like shouting and all, you can try out all of these things. Okay, so these are certain things you have to try and see how it is NLP is processing that. Okay, but it tries to identify the emotion at two levels. One is at the specific message level, and one is the overall at the dialogue level, that is at the session level. Okay, now while the session is on, how many times a particular emotion is getting qualified. So you can see these emotions has been qualified 4 times. Okay, across the entire session, these emotions has been qualified 4 times. Okay, now you can set up the behavior, how this emotion will be handled, either immediately at the message level, or if you want to handle it later on, let the user express. And but finally, when the session comes to an end, I'm going to do something about it, then you can handle it at the session level. Okay, so 2 places where you can handle it. But how do we handle it now? Which word will score which emotion? You have to try that out. Okay, so okay, so you can see joy is at -3. Of course, if the user is sad, that means the user is not feeling joyful or happy. So it is scored at a negative level, whereas sad is at the level 2. Okay, or if the user says, I am very unhappy. Okay, so you can see sad is at 3. Okay, but the word unhappy also expresses anger. Okay, so anger is at 2. So internally we have trained. Now I cannot provide you with the list of all the words, but what I can suggest is try out all of these things and see which word is leading. But the common words that expresses emotions are internally handled by our NLP engine. Okay, and you can check out how it has been, what scoring it gives. The scoring typically depends on the level, depends on the word which comes before the word which expresses the emotion. Now, what I want to do is, if the user is expressing anger and disgust, okay, then I want to trigger the task raise issue that has been configured within the bot, so that the user can define the challenge that he is facing. He can describe the challenge he is facing. How do we do that? Because here I cannot train this with those utterances. Okay, that is not the correct way of handling it. How do I know what utterance will come from the user which will express his emotion? Internally, we have taken care of that with a very extensive training to the NLP engine. But for you, if you have to do it separately, you have to come up with all possible list of words which will talk about a particular emotion, okay, and train NLP accordingly. So here what we do is we come to sentiment management. You can see sentiment management over here, and we add a new sentiment event. Okay. Now give a name to it. Okay. Any name of your choice. And when do you want this event to come into play? On task completion, at the end of the dialogue task, it will check whether the emotion was detected anywhere in between the conversation and handle the emotion accordingly, or you want to do it immediately as soon as the user expresses that emotion. So then you can go in for the utterance level. Okay, so let's go in for the utterance level, and then we add an emotion. Okay, what are the emotions? So you can see the list of all the emotions coming up. Message level or session level is the dialogue level at the end of the dialogue. Okay, so message level, you can see all the emotions over here: anger, disgust, fear, sad, joy. Positive is the overall positive statement. Okay, I want to check my balance. That's a positive statement. Nothing, no emotion is being expressed. Okay, so that is represented as a positive statement. So what I want to do is, if the user expresses disgust on the scale of 1 to 3. Okay, so this is the scale. Okay, so we have seen the different words score it at different levels, 1, 2, and 3. So if the user expresses the disgust emotion at the message level, at a given message or utterance coming from the user at the scale of 1 to 3, and if you add another emotion over here, it means an and condition. Both the emotions has to be expressed together. You have seen some words, which are expressing multiple emotions, like the word disgusted, okay, or the word unhappy, which is going in for scoring the emotion like anger and sad. Okay, so those are multiple emotions which are getting scored. So if you want to handle something like that, very specific, that if these emotions are simultaneously expressed, okay, so then you add the emotion together. That is, if the emotion is anger, that is also expressed at a scale of 1 to 3. Okay, then what do you want to do? Either you can initiate a dialogue task which is already configured, through which you can handle that emotion. So I come and say raise issue task. Okay, so initiate this particular task if these two emotions are expressed simultaneously on the scale of 1 to 3 in the utterance of the user. You can also trigger a script, a Java script, and for that you can click on run script and type in your script over here. Okay, so let's go in for initiating a task and the raise issue task, and let's save this particular event. Now, once the event has been saved, okay, now let's talk to the bot and see whether the task is getting initiated when the emotion is expressed by the user. Just a second. At times it takes, I have to refresh the bot. Actually, this shouldn't happen. But in my instance, at times I have to refresh the entire this thing for the sentiment event to trigger. Just give me a second. It should actually trigger. I'm not sure why it is not triggering. I need to check it a little bit, but this is the configuration actually that we do. That is, not. Though it is capturing it, I'll just look into it later on and show you all how it works. Okay, but this is how we do the configuration. That is, we go in for an emotion over here. We detect the emotion, and within the emotion, once we set up where we want to trigger the emotion event, okay, and we set up the emotion over here, which we want to check, and the task that should be used to handle it. This should work, but maybe due to 9.2 release, something has gone wrong. I need to check it a little bit. Okay, but the configuration remains the same, nothing much over here. Okay, now remember one thing, that is, if a direct utterance comes from the user with an emotion, of course, if you have handled that emotion, that task will be triggered. But while you are in another task, okay, if the utterance of the user qualifies an emotion, the task which is associated with that emotion takes the precedence. So the current task gets discarded, and the task which is qualified through the emotion, that task gets initiated. Okay, so this is the default behavior that we have on our platform. That is, whenever a particular task is in execution, if the utterance of the user qualifies an emotion, and if that emotion is handled, then you will see the task which is qualified through the emotion that gets initiated, and the current task is discarded. Okay, so we don't do much of a configuration over here. All you need to do is to see which emotion is getting qualified, and once you identify that particular emotion and the scale or the level at which the emotion is getting scored, all you need to do is come to sentiment management, create a new event, put a name to your event, and then define where you would like to trigger it immediately as soon as the user expresses the emotion, or at the end of the task. And here add the emotion that you would like to qualify. If you're putting multiple emotions, remember all those emotions need to be expressed simultaneously in the utterance of the user, like I have done over here, the scale at which you want to qualify those emotions, and then say what has to be done once that emotion has been qualified. Okay, so you can initiate a task, or you can run a JavaScript if you want. Okay, this is a simple way. I have to see internally if something is going wrong, why this task is not getting initiated. But this is how emotion handling is done on our platform. But the disadvantage here is that we do not support emotion handling with all languages. So we have multiple languages that can be enabled for the bot, but we allow sentiment management in specific languages only. Now, if you want to see the list of languages where emotion is allowed or sentiment management is allowed, come to our documentation. I'm going to refer to the documentation for the configurations, okay, because advanced configurations going ahead will require you data from the documentation. Here you can search for sentiment management, and you will see it gives you a list of all the languages where sentiment management is allowed. Okay, so just search for that. We support it in English, in German, Spanish and French, I guess, and a few other languages. Okay, so all languages like Chinese and the Indian languages and all, we do not allow sentiment management. We do not internally handle sentiment management. So it is not supported in all the languages. If you click here, it will give you the list of all the languages. Okay, so just come here, scroll down. This is a very useful page where you can see for different languages that you can enable for the bot, what is supported on the NLP level in which language. Okay, so like patterns and all are supported in all languages. You can see it, language specific things. Okay, so here let's look in for sentiment analysis, and you can see it is supported in these languages: English, German, Spanish, French, Dutch, Korean, Japanese, Russian, and Kazakh and Norwegian. But it is not supported in all of these languages. Okay, so in these situations, if you come across a situation like you are working with the bot in a specific language where sentiment analysis is not supported on our platform, Okay, in those situations, what configuration can you do on the bot so that the bot qualifies a task when the user expresses an emotion? Okay, but why this is not working, I'll just check it later on, or maybe tomorrow at the starting, I'll show it to you all. I just need to see why this configuration is not working, because this is what we need to do. Okay, nothing additional over here. So maybe due to some internal release related issues of 9.0, the sentiment event is not getting qualified. Okay. So in languages where sentiment is not allowed, okay, sentiment management is not allowed, or maybe you come across situations where specific words present in the utterance of the user should drive intent identification. Something like the user says, I need to check my balance, but there is an error in the system, or I'm not getting the correct responses. Now here, the user says, I need to check my account balance. Okay, now the presence of the word check balance will drive intent identification. It matches with the label words. So by default, the NLP engine will qualify the check balance task. But here, the second part of the utterance, that is, the user has said something like this, that is, I need to check my balance. So here in the entire utterance, by default, NLP will pick up these words and will do intent identification on the basis of these words, and it will qualify the check balance task. But here in this utterance, the words which should be considered by the NLP engine along with these, of course, these will be considered because these are names and label words, and NLP will always do that. But additionally, the other words also that should be considered by the NLP engine are the words not working. Okay, and these words should tell the NLP engine that maybe the raise issue task should be qualified here because the user is actually expressing some issue. He's actually complaining about the tasks. Okay, so the particular words which are present in the utterance of the user, which will drive intent identification. Okay, something like, let's say today you have a task called apply credit card, or something related to credit cards, let's say, and the user says, I wanted to make a payment through my credit card, but it is blocked. Okay, now maybe there is a task called payment, okay, in your bot, and that task is qualified because of those words, I want to make a payment for my credit card. Okay, but here the important words which should drive intent identification, and NLP should consider those words very important, are the words that the card is blocked. Okay, so those words should lead the NLP engine to qualify another intent over here. Okay, so at times, certain words present in the utterance of the user drives intent identification. Similarly, let's say I have built a bot in one of the languages where sentiment management is not supported. And there the user has said something like, I'm not happy with the responses that you are providing me. So the word unhappy, okay, in a given language, okay, in which maybe sentiment management is not supported, like maybe in Chinese or some other language, okay, the user has expressed this. There's a specific word in the utterance of the user which tells about the emotion of the user. And you want to extract that word from the utterance of the user and use it for intent identification. So other than training, one method is, you can say, I can train the raise issue task with all those words. Okay, that can be an approach, of course. But what is a more convenient way of doing it? Because ML engine, like you know, it depends on the scoring and it depends on the similarity score. So if an entire utterance has only one word and maybe the ML utterance has 3 or 4 words, only one word is matching, so the scoring goes down and it can, maybe the task does not get qualified, even though that word is present in that utterance of the user. So a lot of thinking, lot of training and will go into training the ML engine to qualify the task correctly. Okay. The other way around is we can define a trait. A trait is a collection of words which, if found in the utterance of the user, will drive intent identification. And we have a separate engine, which is the fifth engine, which is called the trait engine, which will do the qualification of the task using the trait that has been identified from the utterance of the user. Okay. Now, what is a trait? A trait is, it's a trait. It's what the user is saying. Okay, what the user is expressing. Okay, the task is not working. Okay, so here the user is actually complaining something, or I'm getting an error in the response. Okay, or all the tasks are displaying incorrect responses, or there's some problem with my network connection. Now here the words like incorrect, problem, not working, error, these are important words that the NLP should consider. No matter what other words are there in the utterance of the user, this small little words, single words, or maybe collection of two words should tell the NLP engine that the user is expressing a trait, okay? And through the trait, we can qualify an intent. Okay, because when we go in for training the ML engine, we have to think about the thresholds. We have to think how many words are qualifying. Depending on that, the similarity score, a task can get qualified as a definite match, possible match. If there is some other task getting qualified as a definite match, then this task may not be qualified because it was a possible match. Okay, so a lot of considerations comes into play. To keep it easier, we can define a trait. Now, how do you do it? We come to the training section over here, okay? And from the training section, let me just quickly see. Okay, and from the training section, we can define a trait, okay? So we click on the trait. Once again, I'll show you all the sentiment management. The configuration will remain the same, nothing else. But why it is not qualifying the event, I'll just check it after the session is over, and I'll explain it once again to you all tomorrow. Okay, I'll not make any change in the configuration because it remains the same. Okay, maybe internally there's some problem because it is not handling, due to which it is not qualifying the task. Okay, now coming to traits, I'm going to create a new trait. It is a collection of specific entities or attributes or details that the user expresses in their conversation. I'm having a problem. I'm in trouble. I'm in an emergency situation. These are all different traits, okay? And through these expressions, that is emergency situation, I'm in a problem, I'm in trouble. So these words should tell the NLP engine the trait the user is expressing, and using this trait, we are going to qualify intents, okay? So we click on add traits. There are two configurations that we are going to define. One is a trait type. Okay, give a name. It's a general name, which is a collection of different traits. Okay, this name is totally up to you. You can type in anything over here. Okay, so let's say I'm defining a trait type, which is going to handle the different types of complaints that can come from the user. Okay, now coming to the next section, which is trait. Okay, now here I say issues. That's the name of my trait. Okay, now when will the trait engine, this is a separate engine that we have other than the ML engine, FM engine, and KG engine. Okay, now when will the trait engine qualify the issues trait? Okay, when the user says not working, when these words are present in the utterance of the user, or the utterance of the user has the word error, or the utterance of the user has the word problem, or let's say the utterance of the user has the word incorrect, okay, or let's say the utterance of the user has the word, malfunctioning, and things like that. You can add in as many phrases and utterance. And if these words or these phrases are found in the utterance of the user, no matter what other word is there, the trait engine will qualify this particular trait. That is the issues trait. Okay, in this way, you can define multiple traits. Okay, so let's say you are working with a language where maybe sentiment management is not allowed. Okay, so you can define the different sentiments in this way. So one of the traits can be the happy trait. Okay, and when is this trait qualified? This trait is qualified if the user says, I'm very happy. Okay, or the user says, I'm feeling satisfied. Okay, or the user says, I'm in a good mood. Okay, something like this. Okay, so you can put all the relevant phrases which will tell the trait engine this is the trait the user is expressing. Okay, so this is actually an emotion. So you can pick up all the different phrases, or you can come across situations where there's a specific domain specific word that you have, which is by default not handled by our NLP engine as a specific emotion. Okay, you can come across, because we have used the general words, but coming to specific domains, there might be certain words which you want to consider as an emotion. Okay, you cannot go and change the internal settings of the NLP. But what you can do is you can define a trait like this, give a name to your trait, and put those words, which are domain specific words, which express a particular emotion. You can put it within that particular trait. Okay. And once you have defined this trait, so you can have multiple traits like this under a particular trait type. Okay, so I have an issues trait which has certain phrases inside it. I have defined an happy trait which has certain phrases inside it. Okay, now once we do this, we click on save and add a rule. Now, what is a rule? A rule is if a trait is qualified by the trait engine, what will the bot do? Now, if the user says that the responses are incorrect, or if the user says, I'm having a problem with the execution of your tasks, okay, or there is an error in the responses that you are giving me, okay, so then what should the bot do? It qualifies the trait, okay, it qualifies the trait issues, but once the trait has been identified, what should the bot do over here? That is what we define through a rule. Okay, so you say save these traits that I have defined right now, and now I'm going to add a rule. Okay, now when I'm defining a rule, first we need to say which task will get qualified as a result of that rule. Okay, so I want to qualify the raise issue task, and when should this task get qualified? When the utterance of the user leads to the qualification of the trait issues. And when will the trait issues get qualified? When one of those phrases which I have defined within this trait is present in the utterance of the user. You can have multiple traits together in the same box, which becomes an and. That means all those traits has to be, expressed by the user simultaneously. Or if you want that any one of these traits, if the trait engine qualifies any one of these traits, then this is the task to be qualified, and you can go in for an or condition. Okay, now once you have defined the rule, click on the save button and click on trait.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So like the utterance that the user puts in is, my checking, or I can't check my balance, but check balance is not working. And it seems like we're very focused on not working with the traits, with the function. But what happens with the thing he identified?
Yeah,
The fact that he
so
couldn't
I'll
check
come to
balance.
this also. I'll come to this. Okay,
Okay.
when one of those, because you cannot stop the working of the ML, FM, and KG engine. Okay, those will always work. Okay, so if an utterance is something like I want to check my balance, but it's not working. Okay, so here two intents are getting qualified. The check balance task is getting qualified by one of those engines like the ML engine or FM engine, and the trait engine is qualifying the raise issues task. Now, what will happen here? If you have not put any negative patterns or anything, The bot will display both the tasks to the user, that is a check balance task and the raise issue task, and allow the user to select the one he wants to proceed with. Okay, I'll show it to you all how it works. I'll come to all of those use cases. But let's first see a situation where only the trait is getting qualified. So you can see the raise issue task has been qualified over here, though I have not trained raise issues with any utterance, ML utterance or patterns or anything. And if you come to the NL analysis section, you can see the working of the trait engine, where through the trait engine, the task has been qualified. And always remember, if the trait engine qualifies a particular, finds a trait in the utterance of the user and a task is getting qualified through the trait engine, it is always a definitive match. There's no possibility. Okay, this is one of the advantages. Though those training phases looks very similar to ML utterances and all, but still, if those phrases are found in the utterance of the user, then trait engine will always qualify the task as a definitive match. Okay, so you can see it has been qualified as a definitive match using a trait. And since this is a single task which is getting qualified, the rest of the engines you can see has not done any intent identification. So finally, the raise issues task has been declared as a winning intent by the ranking and the resolver engine. So you can see the ranking and the resolver engine has qualified this as a winning intent, and the intent was qualified using a trait. Okay. So this is one kind of utterance where the user just expresses, okay, and that particular, those phrases has been handled through a trait. But there can be situations, let's see. Let me just complete this task because it is a description, it will take a minute. But if the user says something like this, I need to check my balance, but there is an error. Okay, so I hope I have trained it. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, so but there is an error. So the user says something like this. Now here what will happen is all the NLP engines you can see are working together. Okay, so here what is happening is multiple intents are getting qualified. The first intent, one of the intents is getting qualified through the trait engine. That is the raise issue task is getting qualified because one of the phrases added for the trait issues has been found in the utterance of the user. Though it is a single word out of that many number of words, it's a single word, but still since this word has been added as a phrase for qualifying a trait, the trait engine has qualified the task as a definitive match. Okay, but here the check balance task has also qualified. Okay, the ML engine has qualified the check balance task as a definitive match. So you will come across situations like this. If it is a possible match, then you don't need to worry about it because obviously since this task is getting qualified as a definitive match through the trait engine, this will be the winning intent. Even if the other intent identification engine qualifies a task as a possible match, it should not contradict the task which has got qualified as a definitive match through a trait. Okay, traits never qualify a task as a possible match, but the situation, what you need to understand is if one of these engines qualify a task as a definitive match. So you are having multiple intents getting qualified as definitive matches, and in these situations, we know what our ranking and the resolver engine does is that it presents all the qualified tasks to the user and allows the user to select the one he wants to proceed with. Okay, so here both the tasks are presented to the user and the user can select the one he wants to proceed with. Now, if this is okay with you, then fine. But at times we would like to say that, okay, since the user has said there is an error which has qualified a trait, then this task should be eliminated because the user is not actually wanting to check check his balance. He's reporting an issue over here. Okay, so in these situations, how can you handle it? You cannot stop the ML engine from working, or the FM engine from working, or the KG engine from working. Those engines will always work, but you have a way in which you can eliminate a dialog task which has been qualified by one of these engines. How do you do that? You can add a negative pattern over here. Okay, so what we do is we come to patterns. Under intents, we come to patterns over here. Sorry, not this task. Task was the check balance task. Okay. So we come to patterns over here and we add a pattern to eliminate these tasks. So whenever you're defining traits, if you do not want the regular dialog task should be qualified along with the trait, and if those tasks are qualified, they should be eliminated. Then what you can do is for every dialog task, add a negative pattern, and within that negative pattern, you can provide all those phrases that you have added as a trait. Okay, like phrases like error. Okay, so if the utterance of the user has the word error inside it, or the utterance of the user has the word not working inside it, okay, or the utterance of the user has the word problem inside it, then through the negative pattern, this task should be eliminated. Even though one of the engines is qualifying this task, because just because these words trigger a trait, and as the user has expressed a trait, you do not want the regular task to take a precedence or to be presented to the user. You eliminate that task using a negative pattern. When you do that, let us repeat the same utterance once again and see what is the result. So this time you can see the ambiguity did not arise over here, though it is the same utterance, but this time the raise issue task only got qualified. And if you come here once again, you will see that the task check balance has been eliminated due to a negative pattern match. Okay, so you can see the task got eliminated due to a negative pattern match, but the raise issue task got qualified because it was qualified through a trait, and the trait qualified that task as a definitive match. Okay, so this is the way that we have provided, since there can be a conflict between the regular task that is getting qualified and another task that is getting qualified through a trait. And if you just want to give precedence to the task that has got qualified through a trait, then discard or eliminate the other task using a negative pattern. Okay, you can also define concepts over here. So this you can define concepts where you can put all those phrases which you have put in the trait and use that concept in the negative pattern. Okay, instead of individually putting those phrases, define a concept and use that concept in the negative pattern that you are defining. Okay, is it clear to you all? Now, coming back to traits once again, it's a very useful thing, and it comes into play, let me just refresh my instance. It comes into play typically for handling emotions. It's sentiment management. Many a place you will come across situations where maybe certain words are not handled by default by your NLP engine and all, but still you want to trigger a sentiment event when those words are present in the utterance of the user, irrespective of the other words which are present. Okay, so it does not matter what other words are there, but since those single words are present which expresses the emotion of the user, you would like to qualify an particular task. So in all of those situations, wherever you see one single word or two words, driving the intent identification, don't try to train the ML engine with this. Okay, it's very difficult. Okay, so in those situations, go in for defining a trait, and through the trait engine, you can handle it. Many a time when in our internal things, traits actually combine both of it. You can go in for either phrases like I was adding, which is very similar to ML utterances, okay? Or for the traits that you are defining, instead of adding phrases like this, you want to define patterns, okay? Which is maybe you are more comfortable with patterns, but usually people prefer phrases because patterns will again involve using those operators and all. So if you're not very comfortable with patterns, that is fine. You can just add it as phrases. But if you want to, provide these phrases or utterances which will trigger a particular trait as patterns, not as ML utterance phrases, similar to ML utterance phrases, then you can come to manage over here, and instead of machine learning, change it to pattern based. Now, once you change it to pattern based, it means all these phrases that you're putting over here, they will be internally treated as patterns. And if these words are found in the utterance of the user, then this particular task, through the rule, whichever task you have qualified, you have associated with this trait, that gets qualified. And trait engine will always qualify it as a definitive match. Okay, is it clear to you all? Any questions on this? Okay. So let's take a break of 15 minutes, and then we will continue with the next stage where we will look into how to go in for custom dashboards. Okay, so a break of 15 minutes and then we will continue. I hope all of you all are back from the break, and let's continue with our discussion. Any questions on anything that we have discussed before the break? Okay. So now we will look into custom dashboard configurations, and the purpose of that is till now we have seen that we have the usage metrics, which shows the real-time metrics of the bot, and it also has additional information about how many conversations are taking place, how many messages are exchanged between the bot and the user, what tasks the users are requesting for, and so on. Okay, so these things we can see it from the usage metrics. Containment metrics is similar, which will show you at which point the user has dropped off. Okay, so those kind of reports come up with the containment metrics. Let me just show it to you all. So you can see in the last 7 days, this is the last 7 days, you can see total number of conversations. There was one, the task completion rate, okay, how many intent identification failed. Task completion means a task was initiated, and then whether the user completed the task or the user dropped off from the task somewhere in between. Okay, so this will show you the task completion rate. Then you can see unidentified utterances. Okay, so utterances which did not qualify intents. How many utterances like that were there? You can see 6 utterances were there. Okay, and then you can see over here what are the different tasks, how many times the user had requested for this task. Okay, and then the engagement analysis, the total number of messages exchanged between the bot and the user, the time spent the average time the user spends with the bot, the number of bots, the average number of bots, tasks the user requests for. Okay, so this comes in the containment metrics. Then we have the NLP metrics, which will show you all the 4 tabs where you can see intent found, intent not found, failed tasks, and performance. So here, if we click on any one of the utterances, it will show the details like the NLP processing of that, the conversation history, and you can see all of it. And finally, you have the conversation flows, which is a visual representation of the conversations that is taking place between the user and the bot. Okay, but these are all system generated or platform generated metrics. Let's say, and these have a lot of details inside it, like the NLP metrics. You can see the utterance, and if you click here, it will show you the NLP analysis of that. It will show you the entire conversation history and things like that. At times, you need to present the performance metrics of your bot, maybe to your team, or maybe to your stakeholders, or your leadership, or maybe to your clients. Okay, so they are not interested in the details which are captured internally by our metrics, but they are more concerned about the cumulative figures, like on a given date, how many times user utterance correctly identified an intent. Now, which intent got identified, how many times, so that is not their concern. But they want to see on a given date, how many utterances led to correct intent identification, or how many failed intent identifications were there, or maybe how many times the user completed the task, how many times the user did not complete the task. So this kind of cumulative figures they want to see, and they do not want to see it represented with so much of details. They would rather like to see it presented in a graph, maybe in a line chart, or maybe in a pie graph, or things like that. Okay, so that is where custom dashboard comes into play, where you can create your own customized reports. Okay, so depending on the metrics that is available within the bot, you can create your custom dashboard reports. Okay, so within this reports, you can present the performance metrics of your bot to your stakeholders, or to your team members, to your leadership, and so on. Okay, now how do we create custom dashboards? We click on custom dashboards over here, and a particular dashboard can be a collection of several widgets where each widget will present some performance metrics. Okay, a single dashboard can have a collection of up till 100 widgets inside it. Okay, so we click on create dashboard, put a name to your dashboard. Okay, so any name of your choice, some relevant name. And once you create the dashboard, you need to create widgets inside that dashboard. Okay. Now within the widget, we are going to present the information that is captured by our NLP metrics. Okay, so these are the metrics which are captured where the developers can see the details, okay, by going to the NLP metrics or going to the containment metrics or going to the this thing. Going to the conversation flows and things like that, they can see the details. But when they want to present the cumulative data to the stakeholders and all, we are going to use these information that is captured in the metrics report and create the widgets of the custom dashboard. Okay. Just give me a second, let me refresh because my network is also a little slow, so maybe the response time is increasing. I'm just going to change my network. Okay. As long as it is working here, let me show you something. So for creating your custom dashboards and all, the first thing that you need to do is to refer to our documentation and get hold of the different fields that you can use when you are creating your custom dashboard widgets. Okay, so we have exposed certain fields from the NLP metrics captured by the bot, and these fields can be used by the developers when they are creating the custom dashboard widgets. Okay, so come to the custom dashboard documentation page where you will get to see the list of all the fields that are exposed to the developers. Okay, so here, if you come to the data set and fields, you get to see the list of all the fields, and the fields have been, segregated under each, section. There are different sections. So one of the data set is the analytics data set, and under that we have certain fields, which is a metric type, like whether it is a success task or a failed task, success intent or failed intent. Okay. Failed intent and success intent means if intent identification was successful or there was a failure. Failed task and success task means if the task execution was completed or the user discarded the task somewhere in between. You can also get the name of the task, the type of the task, whether the utterance led to the qualification of a dialogue task or an alert task or a FAQ or small talk. Okay. Similarly, you can have the language, in which language. So if you want to create a custom dashboard widget which presents how many times a particular task got qualified through a particular language, you can see there is a column for the language also, which will give you which language utterance led to the qualification of the task. Okay, so you can see the different fields which are exposed under each of these data sets. But let us see how we can use these fields which are exposed to the developers in order to create the custom dashboard widgets. Okay, let me just try and see whether it is loading or not. Yeah. So once you come here, we click on add widget. Okay, so here first is you select the data set. Okay, so the data set from where you will get the field which you want to represent within your custom dashboard widget. And for that, you need to refer to the documentation. Okay, I'll be sharing the link of this. And this page in the documentation will give you the different data sets. We have 3 separate data sets: the analytics, which is the overall NLP metrics, messages, which are fields with respect to specific messages coming from the user and the messages going from the bot to the user, and the session data set, which will give you data related to the entire session that is taking place between the bot and the user. Okay, so fields which are available under each of these data sets are listed over here. Okay, so you need to refer to this documentation page in order to get the name of the field that you would like to use in your custom dashboard widget. So the first thing is select the data set from here. Let's say the analytics data set I'm using. Okay, and then the date range. Okay, now this is for preview purpose. That is, once we create the entire widget, we would like to see how data will be represented within that widget. So this date range will come into play at that point of time. Okay. Now, under the select section, provide the list of fields that you would like to display. Okay, so over here, you can see one of the field is metric type, which contains all of these. Okay, so I'm just copying this, putting it over here. And it's case sensitive. So remember to specify the field name exactly like it is given. And remember, custom dashboard widgets are always cumulative figures. Okay, so it does not give you the details like this utterance led to this task, this utterance led to that task. No, not like that. Okay, or this utterance failed. If you want to see these details, you have the NLP metrics for that. But if you want to see how many intents were successfully identified, how many failures were there, how many tasks were identified but it was not completed by the user, how many tasks were completed by the user. So this cumulative count, if you want to see that for the different different types of queries that you have, that you do through the custom dashboard widget. Okay, so when I say metric type, I don't want the details of the metric type, but what I want is count of each of the metric type. Okay, so this is the cumulative function that I'm using over here, count, and what I'm counting the metric type. Okay, each metric type. Okay, so I'm counting that over here. I'll come to the filter, which will filter the reports. Okay, and since you are using a cumulative this thing over here, you always have to group by. This is similar to SQL queries. So in SQL, if we are queries, if we have a cumulative function, there has to be a group by. The rows will be grouped on the basis of that particular column which you are providing under group by. And once the group is created, the function, the cumulative function, will be applied on each group. Okay, so here we want to group by on the metric type. So each metric type will be clubbed together, the rows will be put together, and then the count function will be applied on each of the groups. So we are grouping on the metric type. Once you have provided the select and the group by, these are 2 mandatory things that you have to do. Click on the run button. This is going to trigger your query. And once the query has been triggered, you can see the result coming up over here. That is, there were 22 failed intents. Okay, that means intent identification failed 22 times. Okay, excuse me. 102 times intent identification worked successfully. Okay, 48 times tasks were initiated. Now, intents will also include FAQs. Intents will also include your small talks. Remember that. Okay, so when you see success task, you can, it obviously comes to our mind. It is showing 102 over here, but only success task, it is showing 48. Then how does both of these match? Here it means actually that a success task is dialogue task completions. Okay, whereas intents can be FAQs, intents can be small talk. All of these are intents. Okay, so 102 intents successfully identified. Dialogue tasks, 48 dialogue tasks were successfully completed by the user. Failed task, the NLP had qualified the task, but the user did not complete that dialog task. So 37 times the dialog task was qualified correctly, but it was not completed. Okay, now once you get to see this report coming up, depending on the query that you have provided here, the next step is to create the widget that will represent this data within my custom dashboard. How do we do that? Give a name to your widget. Okay, so let's say I put it as something like this. Okay, so you can put any name to your widget, relevant name to your widget, and what kind of how do you want to represent the data? Now, there are different templates which are available. So you can see the normal table chart. You can see the pivot chart is there. Then you have the horizontal bar chart, the vertical bar chart, both of it, then the line chart. Then you have a pie chart, a donut chart, and so on. Okay, so let's say I want to present this data using a pie chart. So I just select pie chart over here. Now in dimensions, what you want, and metrics is the actual data that will be presented within the pie chart. So in dimensions, I want the metric type. That is what is the dimension of this particular pie chart. And metrics is the count of each metric type. Okay, now once you select both of these columns, whether this selection is actually displaying the data as required or not, click on the preview button. So you can see a pie chart over here representing the data that was generated, or the the result, the query result that was generated with the query that we had provided. And you can see within the pie chart, you can see success intents, failed intents, success tasks, and failed tasks. Now, once you are happy with the display of this, you can click on Add to Dashboard. Now, remember, dashboard widgets are always refreshed whenever you come to dashboard widgets. Depending on the day when you are coming to this particular page, your widget data will be automatically refreshed. So if your date range is 7 days and you're coming to this page day after tomorrow, then from day after tomorrow, 7 days before that. So it will always automatically refresh the internal query that is associated with this particular widget, and then the data will be represented in this particular format. Okay. Is the first widget clear to you all what we are doing over here and the purpose? Because you can see this is more relevant for the stakeholders, and all. They won't like to go to the NLP analysis and see the details. If you tell them that, okay, if you want to know how many intents worked, come to NLP metrics over here, and this is intent found will show you the details. Now, this is not something, this may be relevant for the developers who want to know more details. Okay, this utterance led to the qualification of this task. So this makes sense for people who are working with the training of the NLP engine, who are working with the configuration of the task. But for the leadership, for the stakeholders, they don't want to see these kind of details. They want to see the cumulative output of that. And that is where you go and create custom dashboard widgets to present those cumulative results using different widget templates that are available on our platform. Is it clear to you all, this one, the first widget? Okay. Let's create a few more widgets, okay, which will give you more clarity on the process. So I'm once again creating another widget over here. Once again, I'm going in for analytics, let's see, and this time date-wise, I want to present those metrics. Okay, so I go in for date because date is one of the columns which is available. Okay, so if you scroll down over here, you can see the date column is there. Okay, so I want to fetch the date, metric type, and I want to count metric type. Okay. Now, this time date-wise also it should present. So I go in for date. Okay, so multiple column group by. So first grouping should be on date, and within a given date, the row should be grouped on the basis of the metric type. Okay, Now, when you do that, always run your query so that it generates the result which will be presented through your widget. Okay, so this running a query will also tell you whether your query that you have provided here is working fine or not. Okay, if you want to sort it, let's say I want to sort it on the date. Okay, so if it is in the descending order, you put DESC. If it is in the default is ascending order, or you can specify it as ASC. Okay, so let's put it as descending order of date. And it will show you the entire result in the descending order of the date. If you want to filter, okay, filter means you want to filter this query on a given condition. So I just want to see failed task, failed intents and success intents. I don't want the data for tasks to come up, like failed tasks and success tasks. So there, what I do is I add a filter over here. Okay, so in the filter by, I go in for the filter by, and I say metric type equal to success intents. Now this is once again case sensitive, so make sure you copy it and then you put it over here. Or metric type equal to failed intents. Let's run the query and see whether data is getting displayed as per the filter that we have provided. So you can see only success intents and failed intents coming up date wise. And once you have the required data coming up over here, you can select your widget template. Okay. Something like this, task success ratio or something. So in the columns, I want the date to come up. In the intersection of the column and the row, that is the metrics, I want the count to come up. And in the overlay, that is the row headers, I want the metric type to come up. Now, once you click on that, you can see the preview like this. So date-wise, it is showing you success intents and failed intents. Okay, and once you are happy with the display of the widget, you can add the widget into your dashboard. Okay, so this is the second widget that I'm adding here. Okay, each widget data can be exported also. Okay, so one is you get to see it over here. Okay, and remember, these custom dashboard widgets are something internal, so these are not exposed to the end user of the bot. They will not be concerned with the performance of the bot. They are only concerned with the bot to perform their own tasks. Okay, so these are internal details, internal performance metrics that you are presenting, and these are for the internal users. Okay, so if you want to export the widget data to somebody else, okay, so then you can always go in over here, click on export, and the format in which you want to export, either JSON or CSV format. So this widget data will be exported in the selected format that you have selected from here. Okay, in this way you can add as many as 100 different widgets into a single dashboard, and you can create multiple dashboards like this within your bot. Is it clear to you all? Any questions on this?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My question is, so can we have two graphs side by side? Is it possible in this?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just drag and drop it.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Is the process clear, or should we go in for another one? Let's say from messages. Let me see. This is very important. Okay, so always refer to the documentation, because the field names and all are very important for you, and not only the field names, what functions, cumulative functions you can use. Though I'm using the count function. Okay. Okay, I'm using the count function, but you are not only restricted to the count function. You can have different functions like average, minimum, maximum, okay, sum. All of those functions are allowed on our platform. So if you come here on the top, you can see the different functions which are allowed. Okay, so you can see min, max, sum, count, or average. Okay, so all of these functions are allowed. Similarly, in the filtering conditions, you can use all of these operators. Okay, so any one of these operators, and the two sort by orders are descending and ascending. Okay, so create as per your requirement. You can create your this thing, your custom dashboard widget query, but the correct data set, you have to use your correct data set, and you have to go in for providing the cumulative function properly. And remember, your select statement and group by is mandatory over here. Okay, so let's see. I select the line chart and I say message flow. Now x-axis, let's say I have the message type. Let's see. So since this is the line chart, it requires something in the x-axis and y-axis. So there should be two columns that you are fetching. Okay, so date-wise, I go in for fetching it. So x-axis has the message type. Y-axis, let's say, is the date. This is the count, and overlay is the date. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so this is how your line chart is looking. And if you scroll, you can see bot messages, you can see user messages, you can see timeline messages is when a session is coming to an end, and also that time a timeline message comes up, like your session is ending over here. So something like that. Or you can see control messages, that is those interaction, those interruption setting messages and all. So these come as either timeline or control messages. Okay, and once you're happy with this custom dashboard widget, you add it into your dashboard. Okay, so in this way, keep on adding as many widgets as you want into your dashboard. Is it clear to you all? Any questions on this? Now, till now, when we are creating this, these dashboard widgets and all, we are restricted to the number, to the fields which are exposed from the platform end. That is from the metrics report of the bot. The fields are exposed to the developers, and developers can only use those fields when we are creating the custom dashboard widgets. But at times, you would like to present some details within the widgets which are captured while the conversation is taking place between the user and the bot. Something like, let's say, till here, whatever we have discussed, is it clear to you all what we are doing? Then only I'll proceed to the next one. Okay. Now let's say I have a task, okay, and that task is the open account task. Now, within the open account task, the user can select the account type. Okay, the account type of the user can be either savings or it can be checking. Now, let's say you need to create a widget in the custom dashboard which will present on each date how many times users are requesting for savings account and how many times users are requesting for checking account. Now, this is some detail that is captured from the conversation. Okay, so this is not intent identification or not. Intent identification means whether the open account task is getting qualified or not, and that is available in the NLP metrics. But when you are coming to something that is like some information that is captured from the user while the conversation is on, and depending on that information, you want to create a widget in your custom dashboard. How do you do that? Because this detail, the entity value captured, is never available in our metrics report. Okay, so how do we get that? So for that purpose, after within your conversation flow or within your dialog task, you need to add a script node. Okay, and within that script, you have to generate the entity captured, the entity value captured into the metrics report. What I mean to say is, by default, the metrics report do not capture the entity values. They do not store the entity values captured. But I want to use a value or information captured from the user and use that in my custom dashboard widget. Now we have seen whatever is we can use for the custom dashboard widget should be available within the metrics reports. Okay, so that means the type of account the user is selecting over here somehow has to be emitted into the metrics, the bot metrics. Once that is available within the bot metrics, now we can use the count function to count how many times the user has selected a savings account and how many times the user has selected a checking account. Is this clear to you, the requirement? Okay. Now, how do we emit or how do we add the account type selected by the user into the bot metrics? For that, I'm going to add a script node over here. Okay. So I'm just going to add a script node. And within the script node, I'm just going to have a single line of script. Okay, so name it like this. I have the script ready, so I'm just going to pick it up from there and put it here. Yeah. So we are going to, this is known as meta tags. Okay, capturing something from the conversation that is taking place between the user and the bot and emitting that or adding that into the metrics. This is done through meta tags. Okay, so how do you add a meta tag into the bot analytics? For that purpose, we say tags dot add message level tag. Now these tags can be added at different levels. These meta tags that we are generating from the dialog tasks, they can be added at different levels. Message tag level means for every time the user selects an account type, we want to emit the value captured for this entity into the NLP metrics with the name of user account type. It's a JSON, entity. So you have the name of the entity and the value that is assigned to that entity. So the name is user account type, and this particular tag will hold the type of account selected by the user. Now, this tag is generated at the message level. That is, every time the user selects an account type, it gets emitted into the NLP metrics. You can have a session level tag that is for an entire session that is taking place between the user and the bot. This tag will be generated only once. So while a conversation is on between the user and the bot, no matter how many times the user performs the open account task and how many times he selects the account type, this tag will be generated only once, the first time only. Okay, and you can have a user level tag. Now, a session means, a continuous conversation between the user and the bot. If there is an interruption in the conversation for more than 15 minutes, it is taken as the end of one session. And after that, if the user continues his conversation, it is taken as the starting of another session. Or a session comes to an end when the user closes the conversation window. So for a given session, the tag will be emitted only once. Similarly, you can have an user level tag. So for a given user, the tag is emitted only once. So no matter how many sessions that particular user has with the bot, but for that user, this tag will be emitted into the metrics, NLP metrics only once. Now here, since we want to capture how many times users are requesting for different types of accounts, so a particular user can, excuse me, within a given session request for a savings account as well as a checking account. Okay, or if we have some additional types of accounts, same user can request for a fixed deposit account, the same user can request for a recurring deposit account, and so on. Okay, so no matter who is the user, no matter how many sessions is taking place between the user and the bot, whenever an user selects an account type, it should be added into the bot matrix. Okay, so that is why I'm adding the tag at the message level. So tags dot add message level tag or user level tag or session level tag, followed by the name of the tag and the value to be stored within this particular tag. If I put a static value over here, every time that same value will be populated, but this time I'm emitting the value that is captured for this particular entity. So just a single line of code like this, we save this. Let me just connect it to the next node, that is the account name, and save it. Now this tag will come into play only after, first time it will come into play after the bot has been published and the end user connects to the bot. Okay, so that is why after you have defined a particular meta tag, okay, or multiple meta tags which you are going to use in your custom dashboard widgets and all, what you need to do is you need to publish the bot. Okay, without publishing the bot, the meta tags do not come into play. Okay, remember that. So now once it has been published, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to the bot as an end user, talk to the bot and select different types of accounts. Okay, now once we select different types of accounts, then we will come back and create a widget, a custom dashboard widget, where we are going to present how many times the user is selecting the different types of accounts. Now, once this is done, I have my channel already enabled. So all I need to do is just start off with my Node.js. So let me just do that, and then we can talk to the bot as an end user. Is this process clear to you all? It is a little complex process, but this is a common requirement, that is different values captured from the utterance of the user. Those are used in your custom dashboard widgets.
I'm not following this npm this install.
These are actually some functionalities at our end that we need to install. You don't need to do this. Okay, this is just for starting my Node.js. Okay, these are some dependencies that I need to install before I start the Node.js server. Okay, so not a regular this thing, so just forget that. So now I'm connecting to the bot, okay, and you can see it has connected to the bot. So I'm performing the open account task, okay. This is the task where I have generated that meta tag, okay. So let me select an account type and provide the name of the account holder and opening balance. I'm going to do this task a few times, okay, so that I can show it to you all. Okay, and let's go back to the bot. Now I'm coming back to custom dashboards. Okay, I'm going to use that meta tag that I have created. Okay, so I'm coming back to custom dashboards over here. And now I come to add widgets, and within add widgets, remember the meta tags always are added into the analytics dataset. Okay, so whenever you're defining meta tags, it is part of the bot NLP metrics, and whatever data is available in the NLP metrics of the bot, that can be accessed through the analytics dataset within your custom dashboard. Okay, so I come to the analytics, okay, and the query, the select query that you are going to put here is okay, so message tag, since it was added at the message level, message tag dot the name of the tag. Now this was the name of the tag that we had defined. Whatever name, these names are totally up to you. Okay, so this line of code that I had, okay, so where I was putting the name of the tag, it is totally up to you how you name your tag. Okay, so it's a developer defined name. Okay, but this is the name that we are providing over here, message tag dot the name of the tag. If your tag is defined at the session level, then session tag dot the name of the tag, or if it is at the user level, then user tag dot the name of the tag. And what we are doing, we are counting the number of times the task was performed, that is the tag was generated from that particular task. Okay, so count task name as total. You can provide alias names, just like SQL queries and all columns can have alias names in the result that is coming up. Over here also, we can have alias names. Now in the group by, we are grouping the rows on the basis of the tag that is generated. So I'll just copy that and put it in the group by session. And let's first run the query and see whether the rows are getting generated or not. So you can see the total number of times savings account and checking account. And there were other times before the tag was generated actually, where no tag was, no value was generated for this tag. Okay, so I have had multiple interactions with the bot where no tags were generated. So that is represented over here. So we can just filter it. Okay, so I can say this equal to savings, or we can have an AND condition. Okay, so as per your requirement, you can go in for AND or condition. Now, once you do that, run the query once again, and it should only show you savings account and checking account, how many times those meta tags were generated. And once you have the result coming up over here, now we'll go and create your widget. Okay, so add it to the dashboard. So anything like this, okay, so many times you will come across situations where maybe from the conversations that are taking place between the user and the bot, you need to capture some information and present some cumulative, remember the details cannot be presented there. It is always some cumulative value that will be presented within your custom dashboard, okay? So I cannot say something like the name of the user who is asking for savings account. That cannot be displayed through the custom dashboard widgets. It is always numbers which are represented. Okay, so the total number of times users have requested for savings account or checking account, or maybe you have a raise issue task like you have over here. Okay, now within the task, when the user is the issue is getting raised. Okay, so here maybe the issue is raised due to different types of concerns, like maybe there's a failure in the FAQ response, or the task did not respond correctly. So you present a choice to the user that whether it is a task failure or FAQ failure or overall user interface is not good. So the user selects the type of concern. And within the custom dashboard widget, you want to count how many times users have faced an issue with the task execution, how many times users have faced an issue with the FAQ responses. Okay, so there, once the user selects the type of issue from that entity drop-down list or whatever, you can add a script node where you populate or you generate the type of issue reported by the user as a meta tag into the NLP metrics. And once you have the value in the NLP metrics, then you can use the cumulative functions and the widgets of custom dashboard in order to present that data within the dashboards that you are creating. Okay, is it clear to you all? Any questions on this?
Yeah, I have one question.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so you mentioned that we can add message level tags, session level tags, and user level tags.
Yeah.
So when you say user level tags, does the bot have a way to identify different users?
Yes, so if you have enterprise level bots, okay, so the identity of the users will have to be created initially, okay, and then only the admin of the platform can give access to the bot to the end users. Okay, I'll be discussing this tomorrow where I'll show it to you all how to do this configuration. But we have two types of bots. One is a consumer bot where anybody can connect to the bot. So the details of the users are not maintained. But we have enterprise level bots also where maybe specific groups of users are entitled to use that particular bot. Okay, so you have to change the type of the bot before you publish the bot the first time. Okay, so when you are going in for publishing, before you publish the bot, you come to the general settings of the bot. And here under general settings, you have the target audience. Now this cannot be changed after you publish the bot the first time. So your target audience has to be set up before you publish the bot the first time. Default is general public, anybody can connect to the bot, but if you have enterprise users, then you can, that is a set of users who will be using that bot, then you can change it to enterprise users. But here, if it is enterprise users, then the identity of those users has to be created on our platform by the admin. And once a bot is published, the admin has to assign the bot to the end users. So when you have enterprise users, the user details are available within a platform. So when a user connects, the bot can identify that user. And for that user, it can maintain these details. Okay, so that is available for an enterprise level bot. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Okay. Now coming to the next settings, that is APIs. Now till now, whatever configuration we have done on the bot, we have done it through our platform. Okay, so you have the bot builder, you have the user, developer interface over here, and you have all your menu options and all from where you can do the configurations. Now let's say today, you have access to the bot and everything, but you do not have the system where you're working, you do not have the bot builder. Okay, but you need to, let's say, export your custom dashboard reports. Okay, so those data which is captured or generated or displayed in the custom dashboards, you need to export it. Or maybe you need to pass an utterance and see which intent is getting identified. If you have the entire bot builder available, you can go to utterance testing and you can do that, or you can talk to the bot and do the flow testing from here and see which intent is getting qualified, how the conversation continues and so on. But think about a system where you do not have the bot builder. Okay, so in those situations, or maybe from another application, you want to see, you want to pass an utterance and you want to see the NLP analysis, which intent is getting qualified, which NLP engine is qualifying it, what, whether it is getting qualified through a pattern or whether the ML engine is doing the qualification, what is the similarity score and so on. Okay, things which are very easily done when you have the bot builder available. So for this kind of situations, we have the APIs. These are referred to as the public APIs, and we have a whole lot of APIs which are available to the developers, and they can use these APIs from external environment to trigger some, internal configuration or development related tasks within the bot. Okay, these APIs are not used to talk to the bot. Remember that. Okay, I'm not talking to the bot, okay, as an end user. But what I'm doing is I'm doing some configuration task on the bot, but I'm not doing it from within the bot builder, but I'm doing it from an external interface using an API which is exposed from the bot builder to the developers. How do we do it? Here, once again, you will need to refer to our documentation to fetch the exact API, and you get the APIs available under the documentation topic of API list. These are known as public APIs, and we have a whole lot of APIs available for different types of configuration tasks which can be performed on our platform. Okay, so once you come to the API, so you can see these are segregated depending on their functionality. So bot definition related APIs where you can export bot, import bot, enable a channel. Okay, you can publish a bot using API. So instead of going in for publish from the developer, you can directly publish a bot from using an API from an external environment. Okay, you can import a bot configuration as a new bot. You can import a bot configuration into an existing bot. So all the things, most of the things other than creating tasks, remember, dialog task creation has to be done from our bot builder. We do not have any API to do the dialog task creation. But other than that, most of the things that we can do within the bot builder, we have APIs, supporting APIs to do the same configuration from an external environment. But before we actually use this API or we see how we can use the API, there are a few steps that we need to perform in order to enable those APIs. So the first thing, as the developer, okay, what you need to do is you have to enable the APIs. So for that, come to the deploy tab, and under integrations, which is available within the deploy tab, come to API scopes. Okay, so you have to enable the API using an API scope. So click on new API scope. And since you will be accessing bot functionality from an external environment, authorization will be required. And on our platform, authorization is always done using JWT. And like in the basic training session, I told you all, for generating the JWT, you need a client ID and secret, which gets created when you create an app for this particular bot. So once again, I'm going to create an app for this bot. Okay, so just put a name to the app, any name over here. Okay, this drop-down list comes from me because I keep using this name, but you can type in any name to this app and click on next. When you click on next, the API, the app gets created, and with the app, you get the client ID and secret. Now, with this particular scope that you're defining, you have to enable the APIs that you would like to expose to the developers. And these APIs can only be used from the external environment. So it is not that all the time you have to expose all the APIs. You can be very, you can define the scope of it. Maybe you want to just define those APIs through which maybe the developer should be able to import, export bot configurations, publish bot, and so on. Okay, so then you only enable that set of APIs. You can see the heading over here, bot definition APIs. Okay, so over here, come and look for the related API section over here and enable only that particular API section. Okay, so you can see the description and you can go through the description and you can accordingly enable that set of APIs only. Okay, I'm going to do intent identification because I'm going to pass an utterance using an API and see which intent is getting identified. I want to see the NLP analysis of that utterance. So I'm enabling the intent and entity detection APIs over here. Okay, in the same way, if you want some more APIs, like you want to export the chat history using APIs, you want to enable the export of debug logs using APIs. Okay, you can train ML, you can train FAQs, you can go in for utterance testing, utterance export import, that is ML utterance export import. All of these things can be done using APIs. You can see the custom dashboard widgets. Okay, so if you want to export the custom dashboard widgets using APIs, one is you click on that, the more option within the custom dashboard, and export the widget data is either as CSV or JSON. The other is you have an API to do the same task. Okay, so if you want to use that API, you have to enable that section of API over here. Okay, now once you select the relevant sections of API, click on save over here. So your API scope has been defined. This scope has the client ID and secret. And remember, since you will be using these APIs externally, you have to publish the bot once you define the API scope. Whenever we are doing something externally to the bot, okay, so we are accessing the bot configurations externally, we are talking to the bot from another environment of an application, we always need to publish the bot. Without publishing, you cannot access the bot configurations, or you cannot talk to the bot from an external environment. Okay, so I'm just enabling, I'm just publishing the bot over here. You click on confirm. So it gets published. Now, what is the next step? Now, when we are using the APIs, we will need the JWT to authorize support, because if you go into this list of APIs and I go to the relevant API that I'm going to use, that is a find intent. Okay, so you will see this API call will require the JWT to authorize it. So if you look into the curl request, the documentation will give you the details. You cannot remember all the APIs. So always refer to the documentation in case you want to use APIs. Okay. Now, of course, if you come down over here, so this is the curl request that you can see, and in the curl request, you can see the entire API over here, but the authorization is the JWT token. Now, without the authorization token, your API will not work. So we need to generate the JWT and add that JWT along with our API call. Okay, so how do you generate the JWT? I'm using an online service over here called jwt.io. Okay, and within the service, I'm going to generate my JWT. Now, how do we do it? I'm going in for 1 second. So I'm just going to remove all of these default things that are given over here. In the payload, okay, which will be used to generate the JWT. I'm just removing all of these lines, and the single line that I'm going to have here is app ID, which is the client ID. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I add a line in this way, app ID. Okay, it is very case sensitive, so make sure that you specify it in this way, app ID. Okay, and with a colon, specify the client ID that you have. Okay, so come back to your bot over here, go back to your API scopes, and from your API scopes, click on this edit button. It will show you your client ID. Copy this and put it over here. Okay, so app ID followed by your client ID. Okay, so this should be the payload for generating the API, and in the verify signature part, you have to put your client secret. So once again, come back to your bot, copy the client secret from here and put it over here. Now, once you do that, you get the JWT over here, which you can use along with your API calls. Now, there's no rule that you have to use jwt.io. If you have some other service which can give you a JWT, you can provide the client ID and secret over there and generate the JWT. But the way you should be passing the parameters for generating the JWT is at ID, okay, along with the client ID and your client secret, okay. Now, once you have this ready, I'm going to use the Postman environment over here to show you all how you can do the API call. But in case you have some other environment, some external environment of directly from the prompt, okay, if you want to trigger the call, you have the curl request, you can directly put the curl request as well over there, okay. But I'm going to show it to you all from Postman, okay. So it is a post call that we have. Come back to the documentation because it is not possible to remember all your things, okay, all your API calls. So you get to see the API call over here. It's a post call. You can create the API correctly. So what you can do is just copy it over here, put it here, okay. So you need to put the URL where your platform, the bot builder, is available. Okay, so this is the URL of the server where you have your bot builder running. If you are referencing if you are using our clouds deployment, like most of you all are doing, the way to refer to that server is bots.core.ai. Okay, so that is what I'm going to put over here, bots.core.ai. Okay. If you are using your internal deployments of the bot builder, then find out the URL of the server where your bot builder is running, and you have to put that URL over here. Okay, so here it's bots.co.ai. And next comes the ID of the bot. Okay, so this is, once again, you can find it over here, the bot ID. Copy the bot ID and put it over here where it is asking for the bot ID. Now, with this API only, okay, instead of bot, which is given in the documentation, you have to provide it as streams. Okay, for rest of all the APIs, it remains as bots. Okay, but there is a mistake in our documentation for this API only. And here, instead of bots, you can see it is given as bot. Okay, so replace the word bot with streams. Okay, now once you have that, your API is complete. And the last parameter, fetch configured task. So let's say you have published the bot, and after that you have created some new tasks and you have not published those tasks. When you are passing a particular utterance for intent identification, you want to see whether the tasks which are still in the configured stage, they are getting qualified against the utterance that is passed through the API or not. In that case, you have to make this parameter equal to true. Remember that. By default, this API only checks for a qualifying intent from the intents which has been published. If there are new intents which are defined, which are not yet published, this API will not consider those intents because fetch configured tasks is false by default. If you want to consider the tasks which are still in the development state, then make sure that you change this to true. Okay. Now, once you have the API, just copy this, and we are going to put that within the Postman environment. Okay, that is the next thing that you do. Now, since this is a post call, we know every post call should have a body, and we have to provide the JWT. Till now, I have not used the JWT anywhere. So we come to headers, okay, and here I put auth followed by the token that is generated. So I come here, I copy this token from here, and I put it here. Okay. And next we come to the body of the request, and within the body of the request, we can provide the request, and that you can get it once again from here, from the curl request. So with -d, whatever comes here is actually the body of the request. Okay. So I'm just copying it from there and I'm putting it over here. So what we do is we change it to JSON. Okay. And within a JSON body, we put it. So here I don't have any parent intent, so I'm removing this line. Now input is the utterance of the user. Okay, so let's put an utterance like okay, and the name of the bot. And once again, the bot name is very case sensitive. Okay, so copy the bot name. It is always good to copy the bot name and put it in the API. So whoever is doing the APIs, accessing the API should have knowledge of all of these things. What is the name of the bot? What is the ID of the bot? Where the bot, builder is available, which server it is available. And what is the JWT generated for accessing that particular bot. So all of this information should be available with the concerned developer who is going to use APIs to access the configuration of the bot. Okay, now once you have done all of these things, let me just check if it is working, because initially because of the streams and bot, there was nothing. Okay, so you can see the response is 200 over here. 200 is a success response, like we know. So you can see this was the utterance that came from the user, okay, or for testing using the API. The bot on which we have tested is the name of the bot. And in the response, you can see, one second. In the response section, you can see the intent that got qualified is the make payment task. Okay, this was the input, the ID of the bot, the task ID, the status of that task currently it is in the configured state. Okay, so it is identified using the CS engine. CS is actually chat script, that is an internal name to our FM engine actually. Okay, so the FM engine has done the task identification, the language in which the task is available in the English language, and then you can see the entire NLP analysis. If you go down, FM engine had qualified check balance task as a possible match. Okay, ML engine, FM engine, on the other hand, you can scroll down over here and you will see it has qualified the make payment task as a definitive match. Okay, so open account task, due to the presence of the word account, it has matched with the label word. We can see the 7th word in the utterance of the user has matched with the label word account. So using the word match algorithm, this got qualified as a possible match. Okay, but the definitive match is the make payment task, and this got qualified using one of the patterns that we have defined. So yeah, your entire NLP analysis of that particular utterance is returned as a response of that API call. Okay, so what we are doing is similar to like we were using APIs from a particular bot, okay, to an external service, and then from the response, from the JSON response, we were picking up, elements from that response and defining our conversation flows. The same thing that we are doing over here. First is we are enabling the APIs in our bot, and then from some external environment, we are using that API to trigger a particular function on the bot. Excuse me. And the API returns the response in the JSON format. And now from this JSON format, we can pick up any element of this response and use it in our applications. Okay, so you have multiple APIs available on our platform, okay, for the vast variety of tasks that you can do. But remember the steps. First, you need to define the API scope and enable the set of APIs that you want to expose. Second is publish the bot. Third is generate the JWT, and then use the API. Pick up the API from our documentation, because it is not possible to remember all the APIs. And from the documentation, you will get the curl request where you can see how you can use that API, what is the body of the request, and so on. And you can use the API in any external environment. Okay, I'm using Postman for an example, but you can use it in some other environment as well. Is it clear to you all? Any questions on this? Okay. The next configuration that we will see is the webhook channel. Okay, now these two configurations will look very similar, API scopes and webhook channel, because I'm going to use the Postman environment for the demonstration. But the purpose of these two is very different. APIs are used for the configuration tasks, the internal configurations. Webhook channel is used to talk to the bot. And when do we have the webhook channel? Now, today, you can access the bot from the different channels which are available within our platform. Okay, so these are the list of channels which are available within our platform. Okay, and if you want to enable the bot on any one of these channels, you can select the channel, do the configuration accordingly, and click on publish. I want to talk to the bot from Postman. Okay, so I have access to Postman and I want to talk to the bot from Postman. Now, Postman is not available as a channel in our platform. You might have some internal messaging application. Your enterprise can have some internal messaging application. Okay, and you want to talk to a bot that you have built in our platform from that messaging application. Or you have some, application or something like that from where you want to connect to the bot to perform the task. Now, those applications are not available as channels on our platform. So how do you connect to the bot? So if you get an API or an URL through which you can connect to the bot and talk to the bot, that will be easier. Okay, so that you can use that URL or API in any external environment in order to talk to the bot as an end user. So for that purpose, what we do is we create a webhook. Okay, the webhook channel will give you an URL which can be used in any external application in order to connect to this particular bot and talk to the bot. Okay, remember there's a difference between the configuration tasks and talking to the bot. Talking to the bot means as an end user. So there you cannot do this intent identification, exporting ML utterances, importing ML utterances, or exporting the bot, importing the bot. These are developer related tasks, which you can do using API, that is the public APIs. Okay, but I want to talk to the bot as an end user from the Postman environment, and Postman is not available as a channel on our platform. So how do I do this? The first is I add a webhook. Okay, so you can see the instructions over here, but I'll directly go to the configurations and you can add multiple webhooks. Okay, so for each external application with which you want to connect, you can add a different webhook. So you can number your webhooks or you can give names to your webhook. This is totally up to you what name you give. And we need to create an app once again for generating the JWT. That is the client ID and secret will be used, which will be used for the JWT. Okay, so give a name to your app. Let's see. Like this, JWT signing algorithm should be HS256 and click on create. So this gives you a client ID and secret. You have created the webhook channel, given a name to this channel. That is all you need to do. There are two modes. Okay, one is synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous means the application from where you are triggering this particular call, the response has to be displayed in the same environment. That is a synchronous call. Asynchronous, you are triggering a call from a particular environment, but the response of the bot has to be displayed somewhere else, has to be delivered to some other application. So there you have an asynchronous mode of integration. To look into the asynchronous mode of integration, please refer to our documentation. It is similar, only the body of the request changes. Okay, but I'm going to demonstrate the synchronous mode of integration and we click on save. So that adds a webhook channel. Okay, and once a webhook channel is added, if you click back on this channel, you will see it generates an URL which can be used to connect to the bot. Okay, so this URL can be used in any external application from where you want to connect to the bot and talk to the bot to perform the tasks. Okay, so this URL is only generated by the webhook channel. Now, once you have the channel ready, of course, you need to publish your bot. Without publishing, you can never connect to the bot from the external environment. So whatever you're doing, and after that, if you want to test that particular configuration externally, remember to publish the bot. And your JWT should always be generated after you have published the bot. Never generate the JWT before publishing the bot. Okay, so that is an incorrect JWT generation. Now, once that is done, I come back to the channels because I need the client ID and secret. And here I'm going back to the JWT, and here the app ID is once again the client ID. So I'm copying the client ID from here and I'll put it here. Okay, but here for the JWT for the webhook channel, you need to add another parameter, which is the sub parameter. It can be any random number, it can be the name of the bot. Okay, so it does not matter what you are providing as a value of this parameter. Usually any random number or name of the bot, we use it over here, but this parameter has to be there when you are generating the JWT for the web channel. Okay, and this is where you will provide the client secret. So remove this, come back to the bot, copy the client secret and put it here. So now you get the JWT, which you are going to use in the Postman environment when you're connected to the bot. So this is done. Now coming back to Postman, from where we are going to do this integration. Okay, once again, it is a post call, of course. This is where you provide the URL. So we come back to the bot, okay, and we copy the URL from here. This is the webhook URL, which can be used to connect to the bot from an external environment. So we put the URL over here. Coming to headers, we are going to provide the JWT, and this time the JWT will be provided with authorization, not auth, and it will be a bearer token. So we put bearer followed by the token that is generated. Okay, so we copy this and we put it here. Okay. Now coming back to the body of the request, we first change it to a JSON body. You can select any one of these. I prefer JSON, so that is why I select JSON body. Okay, and now comes the body of the request. So I just have the body ready, so I'm just going to copy it from there. Okay, so need to transfer cash from account, and the ID of the user who is sending, that is the email ID usually of the user who is sending the request. Okay, rest of the details of the bot with which you are connecting, with the ID of the bot and all, are a part of the URL. You don't need to provide any details over here. Let us see whether it is working or not and whether the bot returns a response. So click on send, and you can see 200 is the response, that means success, and you can see enter the account number to transfer money from. So intent identification has taken place internally, and the task that got qualified is the make payment task. And now you can see the bot prompting for the account number. So try to understand the difference between the last one, that is the API call, where we were seeing the NLP analysis. Okay, so I had passed a similar utterance, and the response was the NLP analysis of the bot. So that is a developer related information that you are getting using one of the public APIs, which is exposed from our platform. But here I'm talking to the bot using the webhook URL. Okay, so this URL can be used in any external application, provided, yeah, that application has the capability to exchange messages, because you're going to pass a message to the bot. The bot is going to respond back to that. So that application should have that capability of receiving messages or sending messages. As long as you have an application like that, even if the application is not available as a channel on our platform, you can always enable the webhook channel, and using the webhook channel, the URL that is generated by the webhook channel, you can talk to the bot from that particular application. Is it clear to you all what we are doing here? So this is how the webhook channel works. Okay. So two things, APIs and webhook might look similar because I'm using the same external environment to do the integration, but the purpose is totally different. One where you are connecting to the bot as an external user, okay, as an end user talking to the bot, and one where as a developer, you are connecting to the bot from an external environment to perform developer related configuration tasks on the bot that you have built. Okay. Any questions on these? Okay. Now coming to the last topic of the day, that is the universal bot configuration. Now, till now we have worked with standalone bots. These bots are standalone bots, single bots, which have their own set of tasks. You have FAQs defined, you have the training of the NLP engine, you have published the bot, and you have talked to the bot over the channel on which it has been published. But in real life implementation, you will see you have multiple different bots like this. And bots, we advise that always create bots depending on the domain to which the tasks belong. That means today for your enterprise, if you're building bots and you want the bot to address tasks related to the, the finance department, related to the HR department, or related to the, support department. In that case, instead of clubbing all the tasks together into a single bot, because training NLP will become very difficult in that case. There can be overlapping tasks across the different domains, and training NLP correctly to qualify tasks from each of these domains in a single bot can be a very challenging task for the developers. Against that, what you can do is you can create 3 separate bots. An HR bot, which has all HR related tasks, and you train NLP with HR related utterances that can come from the user to qualify those tasks. Similarly, you have a finance bot, which handles all finance related tasks and trained NLP accordingly. And you have an IT support bot for the support team. Okay, so if the user, let's say, and as an employee of the enterprise, if you have some HR related, queries or tasks, like you want to apply for leave, or you want to know the yearly leaves available to you, you talk to the HR bot, okay, or some HR policies, you have some questions, FAQs and all, you can talk to the HR bot. Similarly, if you have some finance related query, like you want to extract your last salary slip, or you want to see the deductions, the standard deductions on your salary, things like that, you can talk to the finance bot. And similarly, if you have some support related issues, like you want an upgrade of your software, or your system needs to be upgraded, things like that, you can talk to the IT support bot. Okay. Now, as an employee, just think of it, the challenge as an end user. Today, before you start talking to the bot, you have to think which bot will answer my question. Because today you ask an HR question to the finance bot, of course, the bot will not be able to handle that because the NLP has not been trained, okay, for that purpose. So as an end user, the biggest challenge in this case comes up is, before the end user can start talking to the bot, he has to first think, what is my question all about? Okay, which bot will be able to answer my question? And accordingly initiate a conversation with the relevant bot. To ease this interaction, as a developer, we might like to provide a single conversation window through which the end user can connect to any one of these three bots, which can handle the request of the users. So here we are talking about an universal bot, which will allow the end user to connect to any of the underlying linked standard bots. So we create smaller standard bots, domain specific smaller standard bots. And finally, we link up the standard bots into a parent universal bot. So as an end user, the end user will connect to the universal bot, which will give a single conversation window. But when an utterance comes to the user, from the user, one of the standard bots is going to return the response. Okay, so one of the linked standard bots will return the response. It is not a concern of the user which standard bot is returning the response. As long as his task is performed, he is satisfied. So internally, we are going to link the standard bots, and through a single conversation window, the users can connect to the underlying standard bots. Okay, so is the purpose of universal bots clear to you all before we look into the configuration of that? Okay, so for that purpose, first build your standard bots. Okay, so define your tasks, train your NLP, because all of these task definitions and all cannot be done at the universal bot level. Tasks, FAQs, NLP training, everything has to be done at the standard bot level. So complete your entire standard bot configuration first. And once you have seen that your standard bot is working fine, then we go ahead and create an universal bot. Okay, so we click on new bot, we click on start from scratch. Let's give a name to the bot. Something like this. Okay, you can put a better name over here. Okay, and we change the type of the bot to an universal bot. Okay, and we click on create. Now, once the summary page of the universal bot, you can see there are a lot of differences. Okay, you do not have tasks, you do not have FAQs, you do not have NLP section over here. Okay, what instead of that, what you have linked bot section. Okay, so what are the standard bots which are linked into this universal bot? Okay, you cannot create forms and all. Okay, so forms, digital forms, which can be invoked from your dialog tasks and all, those are all things that you create at the standard bot level. Okay, so universal bot will only allow you to link up standard bots, and you cannot do your NLP training over here, the training of the ML engine, FM engine, KG engine, all of these things has to be done in the standard bot level. But once you create the universal bot, let's link up a standard bot into the universal bot. So we click on that link bot, we come here and we select the bots that we would link into this universal bot. Okay, so this is my bot that I have created recently. I say link bot. Okay, in the same way, let us select some other bots. So let's say this one also, I want to link it. If you have additional bots that you would like to link into your universal bot, you can select all your bots like that and link it to your universal bot. Okay. Now, once you have linked your required bots into the universal bot, okay. Now let's see whether the universal bot is working or not. Okay, we have just linked the universal bots, the standard bots right now. So I come and talk to the bot. And I say, I want to make some payments. I know there is a task in one of the standard bots which are linked into this universal bot. There is a make payment task, and that task should get qualified through the universal bot. But let us see what is happening. We can see intent identification has failed. Okay. Now, there are two stages in the universal bot. First is you link the standard bots into the universal bot. And second is you train the NLP of the universal bot to to understand when an utterance comes from the user, which standard bot should get qualified. That is, if the user says, I need to make payments from my account, the universal bot needs to know which standard bot should get qualified. So out of the 3 bots which are over here, the bot that should get qualified is the banking bot. Okay. Similarly, I need to check the available leaves. Okay. So that should qualify the HR and payroll bot. Okay. So now within this qualified standard bot, which task should be qualified is the training of the NLP of this particular bot. Okay. So now the make payment task from this bot should be qualified, will be done by the NLP of this standard bot, which is getting qualified from the universal bot. So that training you have done it at the standard bot level. But at the universal bot level, you need to tell the universal bot which standard bot should get qualified when an utterance comes from the user. So for that purpose, either you can add utterances from here directly, okay? Or what you can do is you can come to natural language. You can click on linked bot training, okay? Select the bot and do the training. The first training that I'll do is the utterance training, okay? So either we can copy utterances from the linked bot. This is the linked bot. Select the tasks, okay? So let's go in for the check balance task. It will show you the list of all ML utterances. You can add it from there into this particular universal bot. Now remember, when you're adding this bot will not, the universal bot will not qualify the check balance task. Okay, that will be done by the standard bot. But the universal bot should know that if this utterance comes from the user, the utterance should be sent to this particular linked bot. Okay, so that training has to be done over here. Or let's say the utterance of the user has the words transfer fund. Okay, that should be sent to the banking bot. Or the utterance of the user has the words like, open account, or let's say make payment. So I'm just adding some general utterances over here, or let's say check balance. So the universal bot should know that if the utterance of the user contains these words, then the standard bot that should be qualified is the banking bot. Okay. And once you have added all the possible utterances over here, let's change the bot and add a few utterances.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So in the standard bot, we had something where we had the negative responses, right? Like if somebody says, I want to check my balance, but it's not working. How does that play how does that play out in the universal bot model?
I want to check my balance, but it is not working. The presence of the word check and balance will tell the universal bot that it is the banking bot to be qualified. Okay. So the banking bot will receive that particular utterance. Now the NLP of the banking bot will start working. Now, how you have trained the NLP, either through traits or through negative patterns or through patterns or ML utterances, the NLP of the banking bot will start working on that utterance which it has received, and accordingly it is going to return the response. So here, remember, your purpose over here is not to tell how the NLP of the standard bot is going to qualify the task. That you have to do it at the standard bot level. Okay. Through a trait or whatever that raise issue task is qualified through a trait or a sentiment or whatever, that training has to be done at the standard bot level. You cannot qualify a task of a standard bot which is linked to the universal bot from the universal bot. That cannot be done. All you're doing over here is telling the universal bot that if these phrases or these words are found anywhere in the utterance of the user, this is the bot to be qualified. Now, against that, How the NLP will qualify tasks through traits or whatever, that training has to be done within the NLP of the standard bot, because you cannot see those options over here itself, those traits and patterns and negative patterns, none of it is available at the universal bot level.
Right. So
Okay.
if you put that statement here,
Mhm, mhm.
it's from a user perspective, they don't know they're going to the universal bot. It's just gonna get the same response, right?
Yes,
Provided-
they will get a seamless response. They will not know that they are talking to an universal bot, which is internally connected to a standard bot, nothing like that. I'll show it to you how it looks. Okay, let the training complete. And as an end user, when you're talking to the bot over here, you do not know whether it is an universal, because the word universal will not be there in the bot name, right? I have just put it for our understanding, but you can have just an employee bot or something like that, okay? Or employee assistant or something like that, okay? And the user says, I want to make some payments, okay? Something like this. So the user can see, enter the account number to transfer money from. Okay, so user will only get to see this conversation window. He or she doesn't know which standard bot is returning the response, because that is not the purpose of the end user. But when you look into the debug logs, you can see the make payment task has qualified. And when you see the NLP analysis of that, you can see the first thing that happened was qualification of the bot, okay, the scoping of the bot. So from the linked bots, using the training that we have provided, the similarity between the utterances which we have added at the universal bot level and the utterance coming from the user, a few of the bots have got scoped over here. So out of the 3 bots, you can see 2 bots have got scoped over here using the training utterances. And from the scope bots, now you can see the ML engine working, the FM engine working, okay? So each of the NLP engine of each of these qualified bots come into play now, and these NLP engines will qualify tasks from within the bot. Okay, and the tasks will be qualified using the NLP training that has been provided at the standard bot level. Okay, so if I say something like this, let's just see. See, the raise issue task is getting triggered. Okay, so you can see the raise issue task over here. Now, how did raise issue task get triggered? I didn't train raise issue tasks over here, but I have trained the universal bot to know that if the utterance of the user has the words check balance inside it, the bots to be scoped as a banking bot. Okay, there are similar utterances for the HR and payroll also. If you look into the utterances, you will see it has words like check and balance inside it. So this is also getting scoped. Okay, but when you look into the standard bot level, you can see the trait identification has taken place at the standard bot level from one of the qualified bots over there, and the trait that using the trait, this is the task that got qualified. Okay, and then you can see the definitive match and things like that. And finally, the raise issue task has been triggered from the standard bot level. Okay, is that does that answer your question that you were asking?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Now, many a time, so you can see over here, for the banking bot, you have an utterance like, check balance. Okay, but if I go to the other bot, also HR and payroll bot, you can see here, check leave balance. So that check balance, these words are very similar. So you have overlapping utterances to qualify the underlying standard bots. Okay, so if I say check balance, okay, you will see tasks from both the bots getting qualified. Okay, so this happens very commonly if you have very close tasks. Okay, so if I just say check my balance, it might qualify tasks from both of the bots. Okay, so many a time you will come up, you will see over here a suggestion comes up like, the names of the bots comes up. So do you want to perform this task from the HR bot or from the banking bot. Okay, so you will see the name of the bot along with the name of the task from the bot. So if you come across situations like that, and you want to be very clear that you want to refer to a specific bot only before saying what is the task, you want to refer to a specific bot only. Okay, so you can put invocation names for your bot. Invocation names are friendly ways in which you can refer to a bot. Okay, so you have multiple bots. So if you tell the user that today for your banking related queries, you can talk to the banking assistant or to the bank assistant. Okay, now bank assistant is a invocation name for the underlying bot. Okay, so an user friendly way of calling out to that particular bot. Okay, so that we provide with invocation names. Or we can say just bank. Okay, you can talk to your bank. Okay, or you can talk to your bank assistant. Or you can provide some names also. Okay, human-like names over here. Okay, which is an invocation name, a friendly way of referring to this particular bot. Okay. In the same way, I can go to the HR and payroll bot, and I can say, HR assistant, or just HR. The user can say, I need to talk to the HR to check my account, to check my balance, okay, to check my leave balance, something like that. So this is an invocation name, an user-friendly way of referring to a particular standard bot. So instead of many a time you will come across ambiguous situation, maybe multiple standard bots linked to an universal bot have tasks which are very overlapping kind of tasks, and the utterances are very similar. At the standard bot level, the NLP training that has been provided, the utterances are very similar. So an utterance coming from the user at the universal bot level may be qualifying multiple tasks from the underlying standard bots. You want to be very clear that the user can request for a task using the name of a bot. Okay, so you can add names to your bot using invocation names. Now once you add the invocation names and you train the bot, I can say something like this: talk to HR to check leave balance. See how it works. Okay, so this time you can see, only though this check balance is very similar kind of utterances there for the banking bot, but there was no ambiguity on the universal bot level because this bot only got qualified. The banking bot did not get qualified over here. Now, why didn't the banking bot get qualified? Because this bot got qualified using the invocation phrases, that is talk to HR. HR is an invocation name that we have provided for that bank. So for that particular standard bot. So if the user says I need to talk to HR to check my account balance, or I need to ask the HR about this information. Okay, so the presence of that invocation phrase in the utterance of the user clearly tells the standard bot, sorry, the universal bot, which standard bot the user wants to connect to. And the task qualification will take place only from the qualified bot, and that bot is getting qualified through the invocation name. So a very good way of clearly specifying which standard bot to qualify, because many a time when you are adding standard bots into universal bots, you can have overlapping utterances, which can lead to qualification of multiple standard bots. Okay, so to resolve those kind of ambiguities, give a name to your bot and have that as the invocation name of the bot. You can clearly tell the user like which name to use when talking to which bot by adding a welcome message. Okay, so you come to events at the universal bot level, come to the on connect event, and here you can add a message and clearly tell the bot that if you want have some banking related issues, then you can please attach the phrases talk to bank or talk to bank assistant. Similarly, if you have HR related queries, clearly specify that you need to talk to the HR. Okay, so once you instruct the user like this, the user knows how to refer to a specific bot, and using the invocation name, you can qualify an underlying standard bot. Okay, is it clear to you all the training that we are providing at the universal bot level? Any questions on this? And channels needs to be enabled separately for the bot. The channels that you have enabled for the standard bot does not work at the universal bot level. So once you have done all of these things, come to channel. Your welcome message should also be provided at the universal bot level separately. Then add the channel at the universal bot level and deploy the universal bot to the end user. So through the universal bot, you are connecting to multiple standard bots. This is a very frequent implementation. Most of the real life implementations you will see, you have multiple small standard bots, and finally you have an universal bot to which all the standard bots are linked up, which gives a single conversation window through which the user can connect to the underlying standard bots. Okay, a very important configuration. Though I have just given you all an overview, there are a lot of things you can do. Refer to our documentation. I'll be sharing the link of our documentation on universal bots as well. So refer to that for further understanding, but this is a very good feature that we have. It gives you a modular approach of bot building. So instead of having one single bot with hundreds of tasks inside it, build smaller bots, which will be easier for you to maintain. It will be easier to train the NLP engine, and then finally connect all those bots into your universal bot.
I have another question.
Please go ahead.
So if I link up a bot to the universal bot, that standard bot can still work independently. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It will work both ways. As a part
Okay.
of the universal bot, and you can directly deploy that bot as an standalone bot also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we end today's session? Okay, so I'll be sharing the recording with you all tomorrow morning my time, and we'll continue the session tomorrow. I'll just look into why that sentiment management is not working. The configurations are correct, but somehow NLP is not able to qualify the intent. I'll look into that. We'll start off a session with that, and tomorrow we'll look into the language enablement, how you can make your bot multilingual, how you can create variables, use those variables in the task configurations. These are important topics. Then we will look into the bot kit, overview of the bot kit and the admin console. Okay, and we will also look into group nodes and sub intent declarations. So these are the most important topics that we will be covering in tomorrow's session. In the meantime, if you'll have any questions with whatever we have discussed today, send me mails with your questions.
Thanks.
Thanks all of y'all, and talk to you all tomorrow same day.
Thank you.